G'day, guys. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are, or stateside, that is. Just cut myself with a razor. Again, I had a little pimple and cut it and then kept on. Been doing that for the last couple of days. So it's not helping. Sort of dried. I better put these on as well before I forget. Actually, that question. Okay. Tocotrienols versus tocopherols. So can you get both from animals? Yep, you can. When I usually ask people to supplement, like a low dose of vitamin E to deal with stored PUFA, which has originated from seed oils that a lot of us ate in the past, which is unfortunate, but that's the reality. And we want to stabilize that tissue. And also we want to basically provide the body with a sufficient complex in terms of vitamin E, because vitamin E is a complex. It's not just tocopherol. Then I usually recommend low dose vitamin E from Jarrow, which is palm oil based. But animals do have a smaller amount, and so do eggs and many other things do have a certain quantity. And if you're not dealing with underlying historical issues that you're actually trying to mitigate, which takes about 5 to 7 years of doing that, then sticking to something which is like animal source is fine. It does have the complex. The ruminants will eat the complex in the plants. It will basically absorb into their tissue. The different lengths, the tocopherols have different lengths to the tocotrienols, and basically they will embed themselves in the tissue, cell walls basically, and act as electron donors to protect and stabilize tissue. So basically, yes, you will get it, but in a different quantity, basically. I've got a bit of a croaky, bloody voice today, and so I do apologise about that. I've had somebody at work, since they had the jab, they've been coughing like bloody mad, like an absolute trooper. So they went and had a close encounter with Jabba the Hutt, and that person has been just coughing and coughing like mad at work, and that's the problem with a lot of these shedders, so to speak. So yeah, problematic. Hi Harry, only a few days on carnivore diet and felt my stomach having movements. I've never capable of burping now. Yes, gastroparesis still, but less aggressive. My appetite is finally increased. Yeah, it takes time to adapt, mate. It does take time. I sort of agree with Bart that, people should transition slowly, not fast, because it just, you need the gut microbiome to sort of to adjust, and it does adjust over time. It does eventually get there in that regard. Also, when it comes to motility or the gastroparesis, generally peristalsis from the mouth right through to the anus. When we're looking at that, there is a homeostatic sort of regulatory and to a large extent, taurine, which is in meats, in animal products primarily, plays a strong regulatory role. Sometimes when people have like really fast motility or low motility, I usually get them onto high doses of taurine to sort of regulate, to sort of bring that back. But it can be other factors. It can be, certain gut bacteria that can be a problem, and the root stuff that I've talked about, that there are videos on. But it also could be gallbladder issues. Gallbladder issues can cause issues with the bile flow and stuff like that, and that can actually also have a constipating effect. In some people, it also can have an extreme diuretic effect. So there's a lot of factors that could be at play. You sort of have to go away and actually sort of check on a couple of them to determine the sort of drivers. But again, here taurine plays a big role because it has an emulsifying effect on bile. So bile within the gallbladder is emulsified. So usually if people have gallbladder issues like gallstones and stuff like that, there can be other things happening in the liver. So I need to know before I recommend, because there could be fatty liver, choline exports that. There could be a number of other issues in sort of where they're getting these little like severe dumps, and you get a lot of sort of tanny type. And you're not recycling sufficiently, and that could be an FXR. And so there's a number of supplements like milk thistle helps as well with that as well, and a couple of other things. And so it can depend on a number of factors. Taurine's a very good emulsifier, which can actually, at high doses, and are usually, because it doesn't lower blood pressure as well, you've got to have to, if somebody's on blood pressure meds, they need to adjust their meds and go slowly in increasing the amount, but at very high levels. You can actually increase emulsification and over a number of months eventually get the gallbladder to function properly again, which means it eliminates a lot of these digestive problems. So can be a lot of factors at play. So it's really hard. Meat, which is high in taurine, particular certain seafood as well, can over time actually improve all this. So you can either do it the long way or you can do it with some additional supplementation. But when you do it the short way as well, you can have some more, let's say, pronounced effects in terms of either diarrhea or constipation as it sort of gets sorted. So yeah, there's no easy solution to our past indiscretions, so to speak, in that regard. I think I mentioned, I covered that a bit. Usually because bacteria and sort of pathogens actually use iron, it's a reason why that usually happens. You're circulating, so we're talking about transferrin and serum ferritin. That's what is low. It's sideronism is sort of a generic name to cover those two, primarily, a few others. But yeah, and as I pointed out on Bart's live stream about the C. diff and H. pylori type, again, improving, those rotary bacteria are really important. And taurine's really important as well within the stomach because it improves acidity, which lowers it, and actually better functioning of the stomach, which again, this is why meat over time improves stomach function, lowers the pH, lowers the actual H. pylori as well, and also some of the other non-beneficial bacteria. Now, there's a couple of bacteria like the Reuteri primarily, and also so those supplements, those Swedish supplements, only those Swedish, but it's specific strains. It's not all Reuteri. It's specific strains that are able to combat. That's actually one of the strains, not both of them. And if you'll see it on the video, that actually he's more successful at dealing with C. diff. These bacterial strains, plus another one which is called Bifidobacteria infantis, which is pretty much in 90% it's absent in 90% of people in developed countries because of the poor diets and antibiotics that we've used. And those two actually have a cleansing effect of the entire enteric system. So that's probably another reason why people have more SIBO nowadays, why people have more gut problems and stuff like that, because they're missing some of these key bacteria, which you used to get from your mum as you came out of the birth canal. But with antibiotics and modern lifestyles, we've decimated. And this is another probably reason why some people get certain relief from meat, because which is raw, because you can actually, at a much higher pH, you can actually absorb it, you can actually consume it. Where when you've got cooked and fermented, you actually really need much lower pH levels. And so this is why people sort of feel better. It's not that it's, you get actually more nutrients, except calcium when it comes to beef. You get more other nutrients and amino acids from cooking the meat. But again, it's all about, I mean, I'm not against raw. I do some raw meats myself and some fermented meats. So I'm not against that sort of stuff. But is it necessary? Probably not. You get some of the additional enzymes. And so can your body produce them with additional protein? Yes, it can. But this is how I view it. I see it as a rate limiting thing, because there are so many enzymes, so much energy that can be produced by the body. And so if I give it to the body a bit, I don't have to produce it by the body, which basically means I can use that extra energy for repair. And it's a struggle in the body between repair and damage. And damage always wins. So I just want to slow down the damage, so to speak. So doing other things is not because it's necessary. Other people use other strategies. They'll use senolytics. They'll use things like stem cell type products or other things in combination with a carnivore diet. So other people use other strategies. I'm not here to tell people how to use different strategies when it comes to those fronts, but just to give you options and some explanations and sort of ways of going about it in that regard. So, yeah, look, poor immune systems can, and poor diets can definitely, as you've had yourself, cause a lot of these problems. I mean, some people have really severe cases of type of inflammation that they get from, like, some Prevotella is okay. And I've done a video. I know you got vagunarized idiots like Hench, Herbie Fraud, who basically, that moron of nutritional information, that basically promotes nonsense that Prevotella is something good, when I've actually shown research, and you've seen the videos, research that actually shows that not the case. Excess Prevotella that plant foods cause actually increase a lot of the interleukins, a lot of the inflammatory markers. So no, definitely not good. Now, is some Prevotella still around when you're eating animal foods? Yep, but in much smaller amounts, in quantities in the body. Excess amount is a problem. It's like, Candida actually has some benefits, but excess Candida, again, due to too much sugar and stuff like that, yep, a problem again. So contraindicated very quite clearly by the symptoms that people have. But it does take time to sort of transition back to a species appropriate diet and start getting the benefits as well. So yes, it doesn't happen overnight, but it will happen eventually. And with a few biohacks and a few additional supplementations, short-term supplementations, you can sort of accelerate we can't claim anything, but the improvements, let's put it that. We can't use the H word. G'day, Tracy. Good to see you. Robert, always a pleasure, mate. And Richard's here as well. Hope you're having lamb today. I think that I've noticed that my body requires a lot of vitamin A. My eyes and vision get better when I Eat liver, vitamin A deficiency looks common in infection. Yep, yeah, can be an issue. Plus, people's genetics. Some people's genetics require more. I have a bit more requirement, not a massive one. Irish, even more retinol because they're very poor carotenoid converters. So, and there's a lot of carotenoids in meat that they get from plants, but that we can't convert. Some people can, not everyone. But there are a small minority of groups, especially the Irish, Icelandic population, and varying degrees, it's more the coastal people in the UK that basically have this same problem. So, in a more severe way. So it really varies in that regard. Thanks, Lukey. Yep. Bluetooth EMF blasting my brain. Yep. Not a good thing. Yeah. I mean, all this computer here, the screen here, they're all creating non-native EMFs. The wiring in the wall is creating non-native EMFs. So let's say we're bathed in non-native EMFs, and it does reduce DHA in the eyes, and it does have an effect in a number of tissues. So, but being on a species appropriate diet, we do actually see improvements quite a bit in all these areas, and we're getting less deuterium. We're getting better quality essential fatty acids as well. So there's an upside. Has anybody actually made those liver treats that I talked about? The sort of put them in a bowl with milk and stuff like that. Let it absorb raw milk. I use, but anyway, it depends what you've got access to, and then basically putting it in on an oven tray and actually cooking them quite a bit and having them like sticks with rosemary because you want the rosemary flavor. Yummy. Yes, it is amazing stuff. Yes. There are some strains that are really, it's not accidental that our bodies get these strains directly. It doesn't surprise me that we get these things. The body just gives them to us. So, we get them from our mums. It's not surprising that they are so important. Most of us have very poor certain strains of bifidobacteria and very low levels of especially the lactobacillus types, beyond the stuff that we get from yogurts like periodically, but many of the other strains, the important strains that we used to get have just been in the last 50, 100 years, probably 70 odd years, have been just decimated in the food supply, in the diet, due to antibiotics, due to a lot of factors, due to glyphosate. Yeah, it's bad. And you can actually track a lot of gut problems to these things as well. Meat does improve these things because when you eat meat, a lot of these bacteria come on the meat, a part of the food. And so that's why a bit of raw meat is a good thing because you can repopulate some of these bacteria. That's, so or fermented meats. So you can sort of repopulate some of these things. So there is a benefit there in that regard. Yes, especially because they're acid-loving to bacteria, so they don't get knocked off by the low pH. Just remember, Mike, always to balance because when similar enzymes that use retinol, they also use vitamin D. and they will call on more needs, and you can actually get storage imbalances over time. And then certain enzymes can't work properly because you don't have enough. You got enough of one, but you don't have enough of the other. So keep that in mind. That's what the imbalance is. It's just basically a lack of availability of those micronutrients that the enzymes use as cofactors. Yep. Now that Tracy just mentioned that, and it's just a reminder, there will be a Zoom session. I will be promoting it more extensively next week, and I'm going to do it differently. I was walking yesterday with my brother Sean and his partner, and I was talking to her, and then I just, because I mentioned, he said, "Oh, look, I've got the kids and I've got too many things on to be able to turn up." Fair enough, I said. And I thought about it, and I'm going, what if I actually do it all day long? So, yeah, I'm not going to be there all day long, but and I hope you guys are behaved and nobody gets their knickers in a knot or really out of kilter. But I thought about like starting it really early, even before I get up and wake up on the Saturday. And so when I wake up after I've had my shower, come out, get on for 1 or 2 hours, then go and meet my brother Sean, go for the walk, come back from Salamanca Market, and then jump back on, then go elsewhere in the afternoon, then come back on in the evening, and potentially I could be on off, and you guys could come in and out, and I wouldn't have a where I bring you guys on, but I'd have it there. I've worked it out now that I need to untick certain things and change certain settings, and then you can guys can, as long as it's running at my end, I get it running at a certain time. You guys can just come on, off as you like, and just chat amongst yourselves and interact. And it can go on for like 12 hours. So, yeah, I don't know. It's worth a try. So it'll only be one, rather than actually having two, like the morning and the evening that I usually set up. And the other thing is, because of that, I was only primarily catering for the Australasian crowd or some of the European crowd, but a lot of the people like in North America were sort of missing out, and I took a whole day off on the Monday, if you remember, and I actually did run that, and I was a bit disappointed that not as many US people. Shell came on, and a few others, but not many others from the US came on. So I was a bit disappointed. I was hoping more would turn up to that session. But just maybe I need to promote it a bit better, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to have a whole day thing and see how it works. Whole day of you guys coming on off as you like through the day. So it'll be just running continuously for 12 hours. So be a new experience for all of us. So give it a try. Why not? What the heck? Yes. Yes. Tassie. Yes. Lord. Tassie Devil. Harry. Yes. Yes. Personalized kingdom down here. Yes. And us devils down here really love sheep. Just letting you know, Richard. Hello, Kitty. How are you today? Also got that. I got a Greek cheese. I'll bring some around so you can try it. And the other thing is, it's unpasteurized, just salt, animal. So yeah, it's really good. So it's raw. For someone on a carnivore diet, still having dry scalp dandruff, Would this be low vitamin D, inability to metabolize vitamin B, high poo for pork? Thank you. Well, won't be high poo for pork. That's not an issue in that regard. I used to have severe dandruff, as you can see. I don't have dandruff anymore, but I've got hair that grows too long, and I'm constantly paying for haircuts, and I need to have another haircut. So I'm not. That's the only downside of the carnivore diet. My hair grows too long. Yes. Anyway, beside the point. I used to have severe, and I do have genetics for dandruff as well, but I don't have any more. Because I consume, foods, there is an association with biotin, so that's in eggs and liver. Some people also, it can be some of the fat soluble vitamins as well. So it can be a varied issue that you may have. And so if you don't have those nutrients in good amounts, it can get worse, exacerbated. Low sulfur levels, so eggs can help with that as well. Biotin as well seems to basically improve that, which is again in eggs and liver. So certain people have different requirements. Let's put it that in different genetics, Bruce, that can actually affect that. So I think that I did want to do one on. I won't go into all the details because I do have a video coming up talking about some in regards to this. There's also calcification that can also happen, like under your. This is the other thing of I used to get this. I used to have a lot of calcification right through this part, and a lot of this part, now, I mean, look, our hair is quite dense through here, but before I used to have quite a lot of like bald patches or a lot of areas here. My hair was thinning out quite a bit. I didn't have a lot of hair, and I do have genetics for baldness. My dad's got a lot of thin hair. My uncle Nick, he's got a lot of bald patches. He's quite bald, and that's his brother. And my cousin Harry, we have the same name, and he basically has a lot of bald patches. So does his brother John. So it's in the family, and again, it's sort of we tend to deposit calcium under the skin. In the soft tissue much easier. That's why I had the cardiovascular issue. So people like that tend to also, that are susceptible to more calcification in the soft tissue, like heart and other things, lungs and stuff like that, they also can actually have it in the dermis. And it can actually affect the scalp quality and health. And so K2, minoquinone 4, also plays an important role because minoquinone 4 actually removes calcium from soft tissue and actually allows the hair follicles to, function better. So that could also be an issue, both for scalp health and also. So I've been meaning to make a video about it, but I just, it's just question of time and having the time. So, but I will go into more details in the future video. But high doses of minoquinone 4, like mega dosing, can actually bring soft tissue calcification down and actually improve a lot of things in that regard as well. So there could be a number of drivers, both deficiencies and pre-existing calcification in soft tissue. So there's a lot of reasons, or overexpression of matrix metalloproteinases as well. And they need to be regulated by fat-soluble vitamins. So I'm hoping you're getting enough of those, mate. Tips. Tracy, only you would ask a question like that. Nobody else would ask a question. Only you would ask a question like that. most most men that are like that, that would are very confident. They usually like women that are basically have a similar tempo to them in that regard and can sort of keep up, if you know what I mean. So yes, I've always been a bit complaining about my partners and sort of keeping up with me. So I have a similar tendency in that regard. Um, yeah. So yes, if you're going to play in that pit, you better have the right mindset. Let's put it that way. Unless you're very young and cute and useful in other ways, so to speak, for a short amount of time. Uh, I'm still unwell. Do you reckon I have no idea. You're around a spreader, weren't you? Shatter at work. Maybe that person. I mean, I've got a bit of a croaky damn verse. I had a guy that sits just a bit further away from me coughing like mad. I've had other people around me. It's just basically been endemic in that regard. And because I've been going out in the sun, I haven't been supplementing at all vitamin D, and maybe, just my hands and legs and face, it's not sufficient. It's not as if the whole body, and, I'm not claiming anything, but um, been trying to get it naturally, so to speak. Maybe my levels have come down a bit without me realizing it. So that's a possibility. Yeah, but as I said, I think you asked me, and I said go up to 10,000 and do that for a couple of days, and that should correct it, and go up on taurine, because at the end of the day, that also helps. Yes, because your T lymphocytes, or T cells, your thymus basically, very important in basically producing those first defenders, and that taurine helps in that as well. Are you eating enough steaks? G'day, complete jilt. Good to see you, mate. It's been a while. Yeah, probably is. Have you been holding out, Kitty? Haven't you been supplying Uncle Harry his ice cream dose? No wonder. Yeah, they can take some time. That's true. It took me quite a number of years before I saw resolution. But I also had, remember, soft tissue calcification. So that can take a lot of time to actually clear out. So with high doses of menaquinone 4. So it depends what the drivers are. There are a number of factors that can be driving it. So, yes. Not recently. I'm being neglected. Yeah, that's fairly good. But as I said, it depends. Other factors, how long it can take. There can be, you can still be basically dumping stored PUFA that's oxidized and damaged and high in deuterium coming out of your fat cells from past indiscretions. And that could still be inflaming you and causing issues. So there's a lot of things that can be at play. It's the reason why when I say to people, when you're losing weight, you better be, if you've had indiscretions of seed oils in the past, you better be on a low dose Jarrow vitamin E complex to basically deal with that stored PUFA. And, simple as that. And I usually do that. I recommend, and also another electron donor. Usually, you don't have to really worry. If you're clean and you're losing weight and you're not doing any indiscretions at all, you should have sufficient glutathione to recycle your vitamin E. But that's a but. It depends on, the cleanliness of your approach. Yeah, there's a few people that I've come across like that. It's just basically they've got a poor immune system. They have got a poor damn immune system, and they'll end up with these sort of long COVID sort of symptoms over time. That's what they'll end up by, entertaining Jabba the Hutt. Nobody forced them to entertain Jabba the Hutt, but since they've been entertaining, us, yes, if you go with the Empire and the Dark Forces, you will basically potentially have these issues. Yes, and a lot of these people have just got poor immune system, poor vitamin D status. They basically don't eat much meat, so they don't get enough taurine, and they wonder why their thymus shrinks as they get older. Surprise, surprise, and they can't produce enough T cells to defend their bodies. And they are in this low grade inflammation, this low grade inability to clear out real pathogens, including the Jabba the Hutt version, So, yeah, unfortunately, that's the reality. I talk. That's my problem. I talk too much around people. So I'm ingesting. Yes. Bad habit. How close were you? Do you have a close working relationship? Anyway, we'll leave those jokes for our personal time when I tease you. Oh, it can be in some cases, Richard. It can be in some cases. Ah, yes, yes. What is it called? The Jewish penicillin. Yes, very good stuff. Yeah, look, I do like sort of chicken broth. Yeah, I do enjoy the flavour of it with a bit of lemon juice. Yes, yes, I know. And a good recommendation. Yep. Well, lactoferrin, interferon, it actually improves the immune system. People, and vitamin D, all the actual immune system is coated with vitamin D receptors. In the old days, when people had TB, they used to wheel them out into the sun and feed them raw milk to improve their immune response, their immune system. These things worked. Unfortunately, now we're just giving people big pharma drugs that create side effects, and we lock them in environments that are bathed in blue light all day long. I mean, even ophthalmologists know quite clearly. It's very clear in the literature now that basically, very high levels of blue light are damaging to the body, excessively amounts. and creates poor sleep, melatonin, which is therapeutic and healing. And what do you have in hospitals? People are just bathed all day long in blue light, and nobody sees any natural light anymore. And we've got these cubicles that people are locked into with very little natural light coming into hospitals. You know, they're like sick farms, as I call them. Not a good thing, unfortunately. One thing that could really help hospitals would be to redesign them back to the old traditional hospitals where people were wheeled out into the sun and had sunrooms and stuff like that. More natural light, those sort of environments. There'd be much more healing for people, and start feeding them species appropriate foods, not all this sort of absolute garbage that people are fed. They spend more money on drugs and in the hospitals and all these technologies, but when it comes to the food quality and the environment that people are in, it's just piss poor. So yes, we've got it the other way around compared to the past. Yeah, it's g'day, Trouble. Good to see you. Bit of lamb soup would be okay as well, mate. G'day, Sarah. Walking through some things, as we know. That's like, yep, very much so, very much. I think I may have some. I'll take a look. If I do, I'll bring it around. Yes, I do agree. I do. This skinless stuff, it's just ridiculous. Skinless fish, skinless chickens. It's just absolutely ridiculous. There's so much collagen, really good quality stuff in there. Plus, you know, when it comes to the fish, you've got the astaxanthin, really important for the refreshing of the fatty acids in the omega 3s. Yeah, it's ridiculous in that regard. We'll see how much I last. It doesn't sound good. Yes, definitely pork crackling. I am baking some, g'day zombie, big fatty chunks of lamb offcuts for breakfast, and smell is driving me crazy. I wish I could hurry up and and ready. I actually had lamb last night. I had two, I think six. I think six chops. They weren't large chops, small chops, about a bit over 600 grams all up. So that was really nice. And before that, I had some beef jerky. So, that reminds me, I need to send you the damn link, don't I, for the Western Australian jerky. The freaking hell, I always forget. Harry, are there any health benefits for drinking sparkling water? Not really. None that I can think of. I don't think in nature we would have ever consumed sparkling water. I don't think it's it's like really bad, unless it's got things like fructose and added other crap in it. Then it becomes an issue. I've been drinking it for more than a couple of months and seems to have cleared skin, just anecdotally. Yeah, look, I've no idea. Now, some sparkling water can be low deuterium. So, the alpine waters that are a lot of them that are sparkling water are lower deuterium compared. I get a natural spring water, which is a lower deuterium. It's got 150. It's the Evian one, the French Alpine one, and it's got about 146 parts per million, where water from a tap is 155. Perrier is 148, and the other one, there's another one. I'm trying to remember its name now. It's not coming to me. That's 147. Yeah, so it's those waters tend to be lower in deuterium, so it can actually, it will have an improvement in that regard. But it's the deuterium side, not the sparkling side of things, that is potentially what's playing, improving your mitochondria. Improving your mitochondria means improving your energy production, improving your general reparative capacity. So, or live like a camel and accelerate that sort of repairing. That's the biggest thing. It's mitochondrial damage over time that we've done. I've done quite a lot with a lot of seed oils, and that's why I had cardiovascular disease 11 years ago. And so, I've reversed a lot of it and reversed a lot of my aging as well and stuff like that. But I've still got a long way to go. And, somebody who's in their 20s or whatever gets on a carnivore diet, species appropriate diet, they will rapidly see improvements far more than me, because they've got far more mitochondrial damage, less mitochondrial damage, and they've got more density. I've got less density, and that means I can produce less energy. While I'm causing less damage, I'm slowing down the aging process in that regard, but I've still got more stuff to repair. And so it's a much slower sort of movement forward, so to speak, for somebody who's in their mid-50s compared to somebody who's in their 20s or 30s doing it and getting off the crap at a much earlier stage in life. So, yes. He had no option. His dad's one. It's a bit like Sean Baker is pretty much pushing his kids in that direction, which is good. It's good to see. Oh, okay. Everybody's until Chris. Fair enough. Everybody's got their little style. I do it as the whole animal, but whatever you like. I'm probably a bit lazier and don't want to go to all the trouble. Okay, that's an option. Yeah. Different way of using an air fryer. I hope you have a stainless steel one and not one of those plastic-based ones, which gas plastic or xenoestrogens. Never on their own. I've never tried that. Just getting skins, and that'd be an advantage if you're working in, one of those restaurants or one of those businesses that actually sell skinless, salmon and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely, if I was working one of those, I'd be collecting all the skins and taking them home, refrigerating them, and then taking them home in the evening. Yeah, that'd be useful to do. Yes. Don't put too much curry, because curry, turmeric in curry does chelate a number of important minerals, including iron. And so we need to, so a bit for flavor. I like the Bombay or the Madrasa one that I sometimes use the mix from Spice World, but I only put a small tinge amount nowadays just for the flavor. But yes, don't go crazy on the amounts. This butter goes on everything. I love actually just cooking up, cooking basically fish and then just putting the butter and letting it melt and then saying, that's not enough butter, and putting extra butter on top and then putting a bit of lemon juice a bit after that once the butter melts. So, it's lovely butter. And in that regard, yes, I know you're a butterholic. Yeah, she's skinny like that. And she's a bloody, butterholic. That's all she does. Just a bit of which of the genes are switched on or yep. Can play a role. And the gut microbiome also can modulate as well certain bacterial strains in different strengths and different ways. It's the body's a complicated place, and that's why we said we don't have enough science. We're still unclear about a number of biological interactions in our bodies, in humans, and the complex interplay between a species' appropriate diet, genes, environment, toxins in the environment, all these other things, and that interplay can require sometimes variations in the way you structure for people, because we don't live in an ancestral environment. We live in a modern environment, which we need to take into consideration in terms of proper adaptation and lifestyle and dietary adjustments. Yeah, can be complicated. That's why we've got these things like blue light blocking glasses and stuff like that, because we do not live in an ancestral environment anymore. Okay, 12-hour slow. I've never 14 hours. I've never done it. Look, I've actually never done that sort of level. Got some lamb liver and had 2 large bowl fatty. Yep. And you don't have to. And I'll tell you what. Another thing, Richard, because I had a comment by someone in terms of slow cooking. A friend of mine actually asked me and said, won't slow cooking basically deplete like sulfur amino acids like taurine in meat if you're cooking it for a very long period of time? And I had seen some research a number of years ago about, I think, God, I can't remember. Maybe in 5. I could be wrong. I can't remember. And that research indicated it was done. God almighty, I think it was the University of California. I can't remember. They cooked for over 100 degrees Celsius or over 260 degrees Fahrenheit for 24 hours meat to see what would happen to the meat in terms of the taurine. Because there was speculation that, like in plants, if you overcook them, a lot of the actual sulfur is lost. People say, well, it probably happens in meat. It doesn't. They were surprised. Very small trace amounts were actually reduced in terms of taurine. So, and I've heard the argument by some raw, because we've been talking about zverage and all this sort of other stuff, some raw, food fanatics out there, and they actually use that same argument. In plants, yes, if you overcook plants for a very long time, you can reduce the sulfur content in the food. But when it comes to taurine and animal foods, nope. 24 hours they were cooking it. Now, nobody's going to cook for that long. So, and even in a slow cooker, the longest I've actually cooked has been about 6 hours. So Yeah, but you don't have to worry about the taurine side of things either in that regard. So that was really interesting. But I just because you talked about the slow cook, I just remembered it. It sort of popped in my head. But yeah, it's another one of those little facts that I've got in my head that I forgot about. Yeah. So yeah, so you don't have to worry. That's another fallacy of the raw fanatics out there. G'day, Kate. And another important thing, Richard. The only thing that goes down in beef I've noticed is calcium. But most of the others actually go up, and even the amino acids become more bioavailable when you cook meat. So I think humans must have done it for some reason. If actually fermented meat as well, like rotting meat, fermenting meat and stuff like that, also seems to break down the tissue and make things more bioavailable as well. So, and that you could say is a sort of a process thing as well, but it's a naturally processed thing. But at the end of the day, raw meat, cooked meat, fermented meat, meats that we've eaten for a very long time. We've got millions of years of adaptation as a species. So pre-hominin lineage. So it was a bit different. And then it was, like the cats and like the chimps that will eat raw meat, and they've got a stomach acidity similar to the other carnivores, like around the slightly above. It's about carnivores have between 2.5 to about 3-ish. Chimps are around about the 3 mark and up to 3.5, and they can deal with fresh meat, not putrefied or you have to be a scavenger. That's why even the cats, they'll eat and then go away and they'll leave it for the vultures and the hyenas and the early hominins that we originated from. So that earlier lineage, definitely when it comes to the genus Homo, that's from Homo erectus onwards. We've been doing cooked meats for a very long time. So our genus in particular has had cooked meat for the last 1.5 million years. So we've got very good adaptation. As I've made a comment to people, if we didn't have an adaptation, we would suffer the Pottinger's cat syndrome and would die out. But we had the capacity, and I think we got the capacity because of our low pH and even burnt, charred meat. Vultures and stuff like that can actually eat it. So I think that low pH has allowed us to basically be able to adapt to both cooked meat and fermented meats and stuff like that. And so it's a non-issue. But again, it's an adaptation. What's natural? For us, natural is that we've mastered fire for 1.5 million years. It's unnatural for any other carnivore or any other species, but for us, it's a natural thing because we've mastered it, because we've got this brain to do that. And so that's the important thing. So, I mean, yeah, it's a nonsense argument put out there by Zverij and other raw fanatics. They left the vegan raw movement and they've come over to the animal-based raw movement, and it's just, it's not. I like some raw animal foods, don't get me wrong, and I like some fermented animal foods. So, but I'm not going to claim that they are a necessity. If you're not eating them, there's something wrong with you. No, that's just nonsense. They do have some benefits here and there, but you can actually get them from foods in general in other ways as well. We've got a lot of different options. I mean, he said it wasn't that good, that he's actually upped his liver consumption. It's actually improved his vision in that regard. I actually noticed the same thing because I've got a reduction in conversion as well. Not as severe as the Irish, but at some level. And when I upped mine with cod liver oil a while back, bloody hell, my eye vision just dramatically improved, where I was turning on the lights in the evening, I stopped turning on the lights, and I can still basically just walk around in darkness. So in the home without turning on any lights, without bumping into things and like that. So yeah, my night vision is really good as well. It wasn't in the past, but now it is. But I'm not claiming that it's just vitamin. I would say vitamin D, MK4, all the, just being on a more species appropriate diet, there's a lot of other nutrients that have an importance in vision. Taurine as well. Taurine actually prevents a lot of the oxidative damage because it actually also acts as an antioxidant and actually a cell membrane stabilizer. So it also helps within the brain and in the retina sort of part. So, is it just a vitamin A? Is it taurine? Is it all these? I suspect it's a synergy of all these, to avoid being reductionist. But does vitamin A play a bigger role than taurine or whatever? Probably marginally for specific functions where there are specific enzymes in that part of the tissue that actually have certain function that require slightly more of a cofactor to actually allow those cellular functions to take place in that tissue, But as I've always said, you can go through and look at all the enzymatic pathways that are actually involved in different tissue function, and you can actually say, well, I need this, this, and this. But you'll actually, and then you look at other parts of the same tissue and you go, oh, I need all this and this and this. At the end of the day, what you need to do is move away from reductionism and say, well, where is all this sort of stuff that is required for those things to function properly? Mostly in animal foods, to a large extent, in a very bioavailable and bioutilizable form. So, it's a no-brainer nearly. Yeah, I'm not anymore. I believe I'm microbiome tests, but my old gut microbiome test showed also higher Prevotella. Yep. Yeah, if you've got excessive amounts interleukins, with some bacterial strains, it's not very clear. We're still, let's say, in the weeds, arguing whether it's a benefit, not benefit, whether it's causal or not, or whatever. And when they do a lot of in vitro, in some cases, some in vitro show yes and some no. And then in a mixed organism, unless you do a rat where it's sterile, and you just put that one thing in. But then again, bacteria work synergistically, we've found in recent times. So they're actually exchanging B vitamins. They're also interacting. So if you take one strain and that requires a certain other strain, you may not get good population. So it's so damn complicated, and we still don't understand all this sort of stuff. What I'm trying to do is, at the moment, I'm doing some research and looking at all these different strains and how they interact and how they communicate and talk and signal, to try and work out what are the real ones that we really, really need to sort out with both what we're eating and stuff that we're doing. And there's a lot of, like more than 2/3 of the research out there is associational claptrap and, let's say, speculations by the actual authors without actually demonstrating mechanisms. Where some of the stuff that I've looked at has actually shown me that certain bacterial strains operate with other bacterial strains, and they have a certain effect in affecting, like interleukins, in affecting inflammatory pathways or reducing those pathways. And I'm slowly starting to tease out elements that are into play. But then again, I'm being very careful not to put forward saying, "Oh, this is," like a lot of people go, "Oh, get this and it'll save your life." No, it's part of a healthy, gut restoration. It's not going to be the ultimate solution. You still need to have a species appropriate diet, still need to do a number of things that basically support good functioning of your enteric system. It's not going to just be throw a few strains in, because we've done that. I mean, I don't mind throwing in a few the Rutarian stuff like that and clearing out C. diff and reducing certain pathogenic bacteria and improving the general functioning. But like Necro Kitty actually found out, to her surprise, she took the Rutari stuff, and then she went from 2 years of diarrhea straight over, because she didn't have enough of the lactobacillus, the other strains, and the bifidobacteria. She went right over to constipation. And I had to tell her to ease off on the dairy, and she did. And she got, now she just uses a bit of dairy, and she's trying to actually restore a lot the lactobacillus and stuff like that, which takes time to get the synergies right and all that sort of stuff. And a lot of stuff that we don't know. I don't know. We're just we're experimenting, basically. And I've got a number of people that I interact with, and we're experimenting to see, how am I feeling? What's actually colonizing and what's not colonizing, and why isn't it? What else does it need? I mean, we know B vitamins and we know vitamin D for a certain amount of time, but is there other factors that are basically missing in there that we need to restore as well? That's where that's where I'm in the weeds trying to work out what else is missing for some of these people to really do a proper restoration. So still working. The other thing is, we need to keep, the protocol, how to take them will vary. And then also you've got the very important, I need to check my emails to see whether I got a reply back from that San Francisco company. So that's the other, I haven't done that yet, and need to look into basically synergizing that with a Rutari one in order to get like SIBO cleansing through the small intestine, because they work synergistically together to cleanse the actual and eliminate SIBO. So, let's say I'm researching and experimenting and looking into some of this sort of stuff. And once I've got my head around it, and I've developed a good protocol that I'm happy with, it doesn't mean it's going to be, science moves on, progresses, and there will be things that I will probably miss. But at the end of the day, if I can get people 80, 90% there, and then eventually their diet and other things can sort of kick in, and, they get a bit lucky by picking up a few other strains from the food. And that's where, when people have got a lot of gut issues, I do recommend a bit of raw for that reason, to maybe they'll pick up some of these strains that are in nature that the animal got, the grass-fed animal, and you get, which is something that I can't get because there's not even a supplement for it. So I think that's where some of the benefits are happening from there. It's because of that. And it's not because cooked food is unnatural, but we're adapted. What we're adapted to is natural to us. Forget about the other carnivores, to us. But it's a question of the issue whether something is missing that is really an important component that is required in the gut microbiome to work properly. So yeah, we're getting there. Let's put it that way. I've done a lot of bloody research recently on, I've probably spent more time than other things, and I've neglected videos and a lot of other things trying to get my head around all these bloody studies. It's sort of giving me a sore headache, let's put it that way. And especially when you read a whole damn study, you realize it's just garbage, and you go, there's another garbage study. I just spent an hour and a half reading another garbage study, hoping that there may be something there, because sometimes even in garbage studies, they see something, they notice something, they miss it, but they record it, and you go, oh, it's like the Women's Health Initiative, where they actually noticed that women that were on higher saturates, they were getting more higher saturated fats, actually had pronouncedly lower cardiovascular issues. But it was in the small writing in one of the far-flung pages. You had to read the whole damn thing and get to nearly the end of the study of multiple hundreds of pages before you actually saw it. So sometimes you have to literally read a whole lot of stuff, and you realize you get to the end, you go, there was no real thing that I actually got out of this. I just wasted so much. So yeah, I've been doing a bit of that. Sometimes it can be a bit disheartening. I sort of go off and I go, I'm not reading any of this sort of stuff for a couple of days because it's just pissing me off. So yeah, it's a bit like that till you find a few pearls of wisdom and some really good stuff, mechanistic studies that actually show things, and you go, okay, this is actually showing like they can repeat this, and the same thing happens each time to the rat. That stuff is eliminated, or that stuff is reduced. You go, or that interleukin goes down. You go, that's interesting. So yes. Richard is an aficionado. He's basically a connoisseur of trying things, trial and error. Actually, it's not a bad thing, you know. She's as well. I do very little. I'm a lazy carnivore when it comes to food. You know, I'll have a steak, yeah. Bit of liver here and there now and then. Some raw cheeses that somebody else created. So yeah. Yes, I don't get into the intricacies. Actually, Nick, Hello Kitty's using the pork, you know, the pork rind, which is they sell on iHerb, which is the unseasoned one. I think she uses one of the seasoned one as well, but it's the flour. It's like a flour type pork rind thing, and she's using it on fish. I've actually just recently used it on meat. I haven't used it on fish yet. I have to do on fish, and she basically just one egg, beats it, puts in the actual the meat, whatever it is, in the egg mix, and then basically she's got a little bowl where she's got a whole lot of the rind in, and I think she busts it up to make it a bit more finer, and then she just sticks it on all the parts of the actual meat, and then she fries it on both sides a bit, and then she oven bakes it after that. So it's quite nice. I actually had she gave me one of the pork, a pork chop done like that, and that was really nice. I enjoyed that. As I said, I would have been too lazy to think about it. That's why I don't do what I eat in a day, or I don't do these sort of cook videos and stuff like that, because, you know, basically I'd probably top myself from boredom. But anyway, we'll move on. uh, yes, mate. You can turn up. You know, you can go off and do your sort of things that you do with your sheep. Then you can come back. You can interact with people around the world. You can North Americans early in the morning, midday with a bunch of Aussies, and later in the evening with a bunch of people from Europe and other parts of the world. So there you go. The world's an oyster for you. Next Saturday, that is. G'day, Shell. Yes, we had Shell on the North American Zoom session. She turned up, which was very nice. Thank you for turning up, Shell. Appreciate it. I wish more of my North American subscribers had turned up, but anyway, would have been nice. I have to work Saturday until after midday. Definitely join in the later. Yep. Yeah, it doesn't matter when I'm going to be running it all day, so people will be able to come on and off. It'll just, the whole purpose is the reason why, I purchased an annual fee. I mean, you guys contributed with some donations to me, and I said, look, I'll get an annual fee thing and have it running. And so basically it's, the whole thing is designed for people, like-minded carnies and like us, turn up, have conversations, and not feel that we're basically being, forced into to censorship, because there's a lot of censorship, unfortunately. And it's not only on the social media, but even in our work environments. It's becoming really hard to basically talk as freely as we could before. It's, because when you do, you get some really strange looks from people at work. It's like, God almighty, are you part of the Gestapo or the Stasi or or the secret police? I mean, my fellow work colleagues, they look at you strange, where before they just basically say, oh, you're talking shit, Harry, or whatever, that's how they'd react. Now they're looking at you as, you're the enemy, or you're wrong, or, you're not following the rules. In a democracy, in a free society, things that are basically unreasonable, unfair, and unjust should not be followed. The only reason people follow those is because they're intimidated or threatened in one way or another. And that happens in authoritarian societies. And when we start having these sort of things, or our own people behave towards other people in our community in the same way, I say to them, you're acting like a Nazi, or you're acting like, people do in some parts of the world where there are authoritarian regimes. And if you continue like that, you will push our society in that direction. And it will be worse for all of us in the long run. You don't have to agree with me on everything, like I don't have to agree with you. But at least we've got the right to disagree. If we limit what the rest of us can say, then we have no rights to disagree. We've jettisoned our whole freedom. So I think people really need a reality check. And, and this sort of avenue allows us to sort of vent our spleen, allows us to just sit back and just talk normally. I remember there's a guy from Western Australia, close to the borders with NT, and he works in one of the clinics up there, Gary. And Gary basically does a lot of, like PCR tests and stuff like that. And so he was telling us that he basically had to deal with a whole lot of people that came back from a funeral and all that from one of the indigenous communities up there. And so, the stuff that he has to put up with and all the pressures in his work environment. And it's not, and he's another one under pressure to embrace Jabba the Hutt. So, I mean, and he at least can come there, have a chat with the rest of us amongst friends, and literally we can exchange information. And that's what I've been doing, exchanging information, talking about some of the, issues about some of the rules and regulations, some of the legislation, some of the constitutional parameters, and a whole lot of other things that we can utilize to deal with these compliant pressures that we're facing. So, what options exist? And people have probably tried some of these things and have had certain results. So, by exchanging information amongst ourselves, we actually end up better informed about what the hell's going on, which is really hard in a live stream. I can actually answer a few questions, but it's not interactive. And I do like it because it's interactive. And I sometimes have to remind myself to shut the fuck up and allow you guys to interact more. That's why I'm again doing it this style, 12 hours, where I can just come on, come off, like some of the you guys were coming on and coming off that did turn up. And I'm trying to minimize, I don't mind answering certain questions, but that's what the live streams are for. I really want people to interact, and discuss these it's for you guys, the Zoom sessions, it's, yes, I don't mind answering questions. I don't mind interacting with you. I don't mind giving you my opinion on certain things or some, ideas of how we can deal with certain things. But at the end of the day, it's for you guys, not for me, So to be able to interact amongst yourselves and, and find out about things, what's happening, and how people are dealing with certain things. Because there's a lot of shit happening at the moment, and I'm not up to date with everything. So some of you guys may be more up to date, especially what is happening in your country or your locality compared to my country and my locality. So some of the approaches that other people have used in dealing with the empire, in order for us to strike back at the empire before it strikes back at us. Yes. And we know which one we're talking about. Yes. Yes. Oh, basically, in a sense, it's in a sense, it's something like that. Yeah, it'll be a Zoom meeting which is a bit like in a sense, you could say. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, look, I was happy to see you as well, Shell, and a few other faces. I just wish there were more from North America. There weren't as many. So, yes, hopefully next time a few more will turn up. We'll see. Oh, llama. Oh, you've got a new one. Silent compliance and silence fuels fascism. Very much so. Very much so. Yes. Don't lose the llama. I really like the llama one. I like the headset as well on the llama. Yes. And now I know how uncute they are as well. They spit like camels because they're related to the damn things. But they are a bit more cuter than the camel, Yes. It'd be interesting. What's their lot? Deuterium issues. That'd be interesting. That's one thing I don't know about llamas and deuterium. I know about camels. That would be interesting since they're closely related. Yes, would they have very similar levels of deuterium depletion? And would their meat also be lower in deuterium? Potentially. That'd be really interesting. I need to look that up. Llama meat and deuterium, yes. That's okay. See you, Kate. And I'm getting there. Yeah, look, it's a bit of a scam because we don't know enough. I think it's a bit of a scam, a waste of money. I've never done a gut microbiome test, never, and I don't even recommend it to people. It's a waste of time. I usually say start eating certain animal foods or start combining certain strains with, because if you've got an appendix, you should have your original gut microbiome you got from your mummy. And if you suppress with the Reuteri and a couple of others, you suppress the pathogenic ones and you improve your bile flow that actually cleanses the small intestine, and you've basically repopulated with some of the lactobacillus, the lactic acid loving sort of the acid loving bacteria. What they will do is they will keep the pathogens under control over time. And if you're not feeding the pathogens with inappropriate foods, over time the balance will change naturally because of the foods that you're eating, consuming. And even if you're missing some stuff, you know, you may not be it may not be an issue because you're not eating the foods that they mitigate anyway. So it may not be such a big deal. We don't know yet on a lot of that sort of stuff. I usually go on people, how do you feel? Yep. Yep. LPS can be a problem. They actually use, because basically lipopolysaccharides is actually an antenna. That antenna, what it does is the shedding effect as it grows, that antenna actually creates a negative charge over the actual, because the sugar molecules are actually around the pericellular they actually need to be charged by this LPS type little wiggly thing. And it actually creates a negative charge, which means they don't stick. They can sort of float through without that sort of stickiness. It's usually only when you've got leaky gut, and it's usually when you're not eating a species appropriate diet that you tend to do that. When you've got poor, you don't have tight junctions because of poor vitamin D status, then yes, these things can become an issue. And obviously, if you've got SIBO and stuff like that, you're going to have far more stuff in the gut that then can end up in a compromised gut into the bloodstream. So that's when it becomes a real problem. So it's not the LPS. It's the LPS getting in the bloodstream because of problematic tight junctions, and so that has to do with, because it's made up of collagen. It's made up, DAO is important as well. When it comes into that and that, when it comes to saturated fat, monounsaturated fats, and a couple of other nutrients that are in animal foods, they tend to be upregulated. It's just when you have permeability and other issues and some of the functioning of the enteric system, that means the gut wall is not functioning properly and can't produce enough. So even if it's got the nutrients, still can't produce enough DAO to break down histamine and all that. You can get overreaction, mast cell activation, all this sort of stuff. Well, taurine actually suppresses that and brings it down. So meat's supposed to do that the more you eat, but obviously it can take time to heal and transition when you don't have these problems. So, it all takes time sometimes, guys. It doesn't happen immediately. But yeah, a lot of these it's again reductionist thinking, Robert, that people have, and they're not looking at the totality of basically fixing the diet and fixing some of these other things, and a few, supplemental here or there to fix the system, and then yeah, as we say in Australia, Bob's your uncle. Nope. I topped myself before I did that. Helen, do you want me to become suicidal? God, I just put stuff there, whether in a slow cooker or put it there, turn it on, I know how long it's going to take to cook, and then I come back to it and then just turn it, 10 minutes, turn it on the other side, go back, oh, fine, bang, done. Or if I'm, doing it rare, 5 minutes and 5 minutes, very high, gets a nice, and I usually, if I'm doing it rare, I also sometimes do it New Yorker style, which is basically I pack on the peppery stuff and the salt on both sides, and I do it really, and you get this really nice crisp on both sides, but in the inside it's raw, you know. Actually, Frankie had a video years ago on that, and I actually picked up that from Tefano. So when we were still on talking terms, and I'd actually watched one of his videos. So, and I do like to do it sometimes like that. So very nice. It's sort of got the crusty and the raw type combination. It's really nice. So anyway, but me doing something like that, God, I struggle, Helen, to get some of my other videos out with a full-time job, let alone, and a life and many other things, let alone trying to do that sort of stuff on top. God almighty, be impossible. Oh, that's right. I forgot the container. See, I forget. Too many bloody things to keep my mind on. You could have reminded me. That's not an excuse. You've got other containers. We could have done a swap. That's just one of those bullshit excuses, isn't it? Well, most of the time, sometimes I forget. I forgot to mention that I actually bought those containers and gave them to her. God almighty. Get it right. But I do need to return them if I'm going to get my treat, so to speak. Mm. Yes. Yes, actually, I was down at talking about, with all that sort of stuff and the nonsense of Fagoons do and plant-based people. There were walking down in Salamanca, there was a guy there. He ended up doing a liver detox, another one of those, he's sort of does a bit of veganism and does a bit of plant-based, into swings, what they call. He's a swinger, a plant-based swinger. And he did one of these detox and all that, and ended up, really causing himself liver problems and all that. Lost his gallbladder. How do you know that all you need to do is just add a bit of meat or eat or supplement taurine to fix the gallbladder problem? And got very, very sick. So people are putting themselves at risk of death. What can one say? It's crazy. What a fresh some basics. Is pasteurization inherently more inflammatory? If so, because of the thermal processing negative affects proteins? No, not really. It's not really. Remember, the proteins, when they hit an acidic stomach, they get denatured anyway and broken down into basic amino acids. We don't use animal proteins. We use human proteins. Our genes transcript human enzymes and human protein structures. We take the basic amino acids and then we rebuild them using our enzymes into the structures that we want for our bodies. We don't use animal proteins. We use animal amino acids. So it's the same thing. So the denaturing stuff and all that is overblown bullshit, like a lot of the other stuff when it comes to milk. What you do lose with pasteurization is you lose lactoferrin, you lose vitamin C, you lose a number of other important peptides. It does reduce, because of the very high heat, it does reduce, some of the, sulfur type amino acids. Even taurine as well is reduced markedly in milk that's pasteurized. You get a loss of B vitamins, are reduced quite a bit, and even some minerals are lost in the process. Not severely, but some. It varies and varies, and a lot of this sort of varies on the heat because not all pasteurization is done the same. There are varied pasteurization heats that are involved, but you end up basically with some micronutrients and a lot of macros. That's what it is. So you're still getting the macros that you would get in the raw milk. You're getting a reduction in a lot of the micronutrients, but also a lot of the other factors and peptides that are in there that are basically beneficial to the body, for the immune system, many other functions are lost. So that's the downside of pasteurization. So for people on a mixed diet, pasteurization has been a disaster because the lactoferrin, one, it was important for improving their immune system. With now on a species inappropriate diet, eating a lot of processed crap, they have, you know, less things that actually help their immune system. So losing lactoferrin actually takes that part away. Then also, lactoferrin has a binding ability to lectins, in particular, one well known called gluten. And so, we notice more gluten intolerance and celiacs and problems like that nowadays than what existed in the past. People in the past may have had celiac disease in their genetics, but they would get very mild effects because one, the bread was fermented and also was lower in gluten compared to the hybridized breads of today. Plus, they had raw milk that reduced the lectins even further. So they got a very small amount and they had a very small reactivity. And everybody else had none, hardly any that they could notice. Now, the people that are gluten intolerant, that have got genetics, cannot tolerate any, and those who the rest of the community have problems dealing with gluten now. One, it's more concentrated because of the way the foods are processed and prepared. They're not fermented long enough, all these things. And the hybridization increased the quantity. So you got more, you got less traditional processes that reduce it, and then you've got less things like raw milk that bind it and get get it removed through the feces. So we've really just mucked up the food supply in a number of ways that have really harmed more people in terms of their gut health and their general health. So not that the other things that they're doing, processed crap that they're eating and emulsifiers and all that damage the gut and all that are not also causing problems. Yes, but this is another confounding. This adds to the problem, so to speak. So no, it's not an improvement. It's actually, but it's not at the same time. We can't call it as causing inflammation or this sort of stuff. It just basically no longer has the benefits, and you're basically just getting. It's like you're just getting the macros more than anything else. So yes, I have. Now I have. I just had them on the table. I just left them there, forgot about them. But I have. I will pass them on. I do need some ice cream. I'm missing it. The advices are stupid, especially in my case, where I need to increase the bifidobacterium roides. Yeah, even this are low. Need to eat animal. Yeah, look, these things are in animal products. So when you eat more animal products, they will increase naturally in your body. See, this is the fallacy. You can supplement these because they work in synergistic ways. They don't populate very well. But when you actually eat animal foods, you're providing them with the food that they tend, so what we don't digest, they will digest. They're very small amounts, but remember, they're a tiny amount. You don't need many of them. And your gut microbiome in terms of volume will come down because you've got less. But you're still going to get plenty of short-chain fatty acids in terms of isobutyrate and many other types of short-chain fatty acids from some of those amino acids. It works. So actually some of the short-chain fatty acids, if you remember that study that Paul Mason showed, actually were higher than people eating plants. So in terms of butyrate or butyrate precursors, we're getting plenty. We don't have to worry about, let alone we're not causing inflammation with the species inappropriate diet. So even there, if they were low, even though we're getting more based on that study, but even if they were lower, we still are causing less damage. So now we're getting more, we're creating less damage, and we're healing. So it's a superior way. All food eating does some damage. Even at the mitochondrial level, you're getting some level of oxidation, some reactive oxygen species. You're getting more from sugar when you oxidize sugar. But when you oxidize fat, it also creates some byproducts, oxidative byproducts. But when you've got glutathione upregulated, you've got melatonin, because good sleep, all these things upregulated, and better recycling of the important intracellular antioxidants and stuff like that, then it's less of an issue. It's only when you overwhelm your system and you can't keep up, because there is a rate-limiting enzymatic capacity to deal with those problems. And when you overwhelm it with a lot of, especially processed stuff, even though contraindicated with some plants, the processed stuff really pushed the envelope beyond a point. And that's why people could tolerate some level of carbohydrates in the past. And we actually had about a third. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, because it was seasonal, you didn't have access all year round, the diet more or less consistent, like 2/3 animal foods, 1/3 plants. Wasn't species appropriate in terms of optimization, but it was a hell of a lot better what it is today. And now we've overwhelmed it. And it's not only that it's more plants, 2/3 or up to 70% now, it's even getting higher to close to 100 in some cases with some people, but it's just the overwhelming amount and volume of some of this crap that is just basically beyond the point that the body can actually respond in dealing with. So yeah, it's crazy stuff that's happening. And this is why people are getting so damaged and so deranged, and why a lot of people eventually, when they do come back to the carnivore community, they have a lot of issues, or to the low carb community, a lot of issues to resolve. And, so it takes time. You've got to be patient. I said to people, you've got to be patient. And you've got to find also a good physician as well, Mike, that you can work with, because you still need to test things. You still need to assess things. And there's still some, there is a network of low carb doctors around the world now, and there is ways of actually finding them out on a number of the low carb sites. They do have lists, and you can work with these people because they understand, they're knowledgeable, and even a lot of them are now even getting up to date with the carnivore diet, which is really good. So it's important to get people like that. So even my dad's doctor, he's not, he's not into, he's a bit low carbish. He does tends to do a high protein diet as well and stuff like that. So he doesn't have a problem with protein. And so younger bloke, a bit more open-minded about things and all that. You've got to find people like that. My doctor's, he's old-fashioned. He's, the old thing. He just says, I know it works for you, Harry. I don't care. You do whatever you like. So, and because we used to play cards together and we were sort of on pretty good friendly terms, he doesn't give me any shit whatsoever. So I don't have to worry in that regard. And we've been good friends, even though we've got a differing opinion on some of this sort of stuff. he doesn't care, Is it he claims that it's genetic, the reason why. I'm going, "No, it's not." But anyway, um, it's the fallback position of a lot of doctors because of the cognitive dissonance. It's just, unfortunately, just the way it is. Yes, but yes, those animal foods will, over time, restore, especially when you're doing some raw stuff, especially when it comes to the Lactobacillus type family. Really important with some of the raw cheeses. And that's why I usually recommend people look at getting cheeses like from Italy, France. There's a few Greek variety cheeses like Caseri and Kefalograviera, which both a number of sources that you can find them in raw, from raw milk sources where they haven't, and those tend to have a number of bacterial strains as well. Um, there's a couple of bacterial strains on some of the Aegean islands. So do consider not only the mainland ones, but also some of the Aegean islands, because there are some really ancient bacterial strains that are in those. So that's an important thing as well. So some of those aged cheeses from the Aegean that are raw, they have to be raw, because when they're not raw, they're pasteurized, and they just put a culture back, a couple of the lactobacillus and stuff like that. So we want them to be completely raw made, and they will tend to have some of these strains, these ancient, as I call them, strains, which can be very important in repopulating some of these things that we haven't had for a very long time. So yeah, but I suspect there are other things around as well, around the world, that people can look at. I was about to ask the same. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Answered. Easy. 2 for the price of 1. Uh, behave yourself. Yeah, that's pretty much it in that regard. Yeah, I always laugh about people saying about protein being denatured and stuff like that. So what does a low pH do? It actually denatures protein, turns it into basic amino acid building blocks. We definitely don't want to be taking whole proteins in, you know, especially if you've got gut permeability and you've got a bad, stomach function. You know, it's one way of actually getting autoimmune sort of reactions and all sorts of issues. So yeah, we definitely want things denatured, and then our own genes to transcript the protein structures that we want in our body that are designed for our body. Oops. Move on. Freaking hell, StreamYard. Oh, there I am. StreamYard. Always a problem. Yeah, enzymes as well. Yeah, exactly. Forgot about the enzymes. Yeah, there is a loss of enzymes in that regard. Yep. It's the same thing with the cheeses, you know. There's a French company, they do a blue cheese, but they pasteurize, but they actually put, from the brine, they put a lot of the bacteria back, and they also put the enzymes back as well. So they're not too bad in that regard. But unfortunately, most pasteurized dairy is missing enzymes as well. So that's the other part of raw, that you actually get a whole lot of enzymes, which is another beneficial thing. Yeah. With the glutathione, yes, on a species-appropriate diet. On a non-species appropriate diet, high insulin can still suppress glutathione. So it depends. So even raw, having certain foods that actually help with glutathione can still be suppressed because of high insulin. So it's not necessarily, it depends on what other things you're putting in. I should ban you. Beef-based, good to see you, mate. Fanging. Make sure the Jabba doesn't, the hut doesn't actually hear you saying that. Lukey's got something for me and I missed it. Damn. It shows how I've become really rusty, haven't I, Lukey? Damn bloody rusty. Oops. She dreams beef, truly has issues. She craves and dreams, raw milk fasting and sunbathing. Who would have thought? Yes, you did change your lifestyle in some of those regards. I always forget that. Oh, they got a new option here. What's this? I need to test that out. I'll test it out privately because I'll probably muck it up this time. They've got a slide thing, so you can actually run a slideshow on a new feature. We've got a new feature. Wonderful. Fantastic. StreamYard's added new features. When Harry gets back from a break. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. I never forgot you ever. Oh, thanks, mate. Yes, you did a lot of that, mate. I know. You did plenty of that. And it actually improved your health quite a bit. Interesting. Statins, ALS. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, Helen. My husband was on statins for 10 years, pronounced muscle wastage, subtle metal decline, and had serious falls. He was previously super athlete. Yeah, exactly. There's a French doctor that actually talks about how it zaps your libido. He says to the French ladies, make sure you get your husband off a statin, and because it zaps their libido. So it became quite popular in France. It's what really knocked down it was actually the best thing that could have happened in France, because French men and libido, so it basically really knocked it made a lot of people give up statins very quickly after that book came out. It just didn't get traction beyond France, probably because it was all about, reduction in sexual libido and stuff like that. Sort of in some other countries, it's a bit frowned to discuss those things in public, but in France, anything goes. So, look, when you look at statins and the way they actually affect critical energy pathways, I mean, it's not only the production of cholesterol, which is so important for the brain and so much tissue. It makes up half in volume of our cell membranes. Obviously it's not needed. I mean, if you believe that, you'll believe anything. And then some people are more susceptible to some of the other side effects. It also has, affects a bit like metformin as well, and many other drugs that actually can cause a lot of deficiencies as well. But another critical component is in the electron change, the production of energy. Um, coenzyme Q10 between complex 1 and complex 3, the electron exchange between CoA is basically that enzyme is basically dependent on coenzyme Q10. So in the reduced form, if it doesn't have it, it can't actually, or if it's suppressed, so it's not, your body's not producing enough of the stuff, you can actually have a reduction in electron transfer between the complexes, which means you're slowing down the pumps. The pumps are pumping less protons. There's less of a gradient. Less of a gradient means the nanomotor spins slower. It's because there's a gradient. There has to be a certain gradient because that actually creates a pressure differential to basically, push that motor around faster up to the optimal, which is 9,000 RPM. So as a consequence, it's, if you look at all the mechanisms and all the enzymatic pathways that are affected, it affects energy production, and energy is critical for detoxifying, healing, for, for providing you energy to be able to function, and all these sort of things. Why would tissue degradation, senescence, and stuff like that accelerate due to statins, and people wouldn't have these sort of conditions starting to appear and deficiencies? And, when it comes to ALS and MS and stuff like that, and all those sort of neurological issues, very highly correlated. Again, cholesterol is very important in the brain. So when you start interfering with natural processes in the body, this is a problem. I did a video, my chat with Bart years ago, my first chat, I believe it was, that I discussed this. And I actually talked about a study where, because that lipid peroxidation was actually determined mechanistically. This is not, we're doing some sort of associational study or whatever, but mechanistically was proven back in 83 and 84, confirmed with the 84 study. And it actually showed lipid peroxidation inside the LDL, so in the actual lipoproteins in the boats that move, fat-soluble vitamins and minerals and all sorts of things. And other whole lot of things are moved in the chylomicrons and all the way through to your LDL. All those lipids are moving a whole lot of things, both triglycerides, lipids, and cholesterol, and you name it. And both as free cholesterol and esterified cholesterol. And the esterified cholesterol is the one that we really want to talk about. And that is when PUFA from seed oils that is highly rancid and damaged is in an esterified state and is being reactive because it basically is missing electrons and is being very reactive with other tissue, both the LDL and causing it damage, and also other tissue when it goes into those tissues, when the LDL and these lipoproteins go into different tissue and offload things. They're offloading some of this reactive stuff that's actually causing damage and senescence over time to that cell. All these things accumulate over time, And why would somebody think that if you basically, the best strategy, this was the whole thinking that they had. Well, we're not going to basically change the food supply, so let's reduce the LDL particles because we can measure them. Let's just reduce something that the body's actually generated and created and transcripted for millions of years. Let's reduce that rather than eliminating the garbage that we actually put in the food supply about 100 years ago, or a bit over 100 years now. So that's the logic. So let's not eliminate the garbage. Let's try to mitigate the damage that the garbage does by bringing down, but let's ignore the potential side effects by interfering with natural processes in the body that genes transcript and have been controlling for a very long time. That's the modern allopathic method. And that's why it's created so many problems, health problems, because it's not dealing with problems. It's doing a band-aid solutions, and those band-aid solutions create a whole lot of new problems like ALS and a whole lot of other things. They make you more susceptible. I have to be careful because I can't make claims, but they make you more susceptible to these conditions because they are highly correlated in terms of thousands of orders of statistical, relationship between the two. So I can only infer, but I can't claim a cause and effect, but infer one. But I actually discuss mechanistic studies that basically show quite clearly a mechanistic relationship between esterified cholesterol, which includes those fatty acids. That's what in an esterified form, and it causing a lot of reactivity in the body, so including damaging these important energy transporters in the body. So, I mean, yeah, look, I'm not surprised, Helen. I'm not surprised at all. Yeah. And in the part, and I mean, they could have basically offered your husband niacin. Niacin does also reduce slightly in high doses. I don't recommend it because it does inhibit gluconeogenesis. It inhibits, to some extent, ketosis. It's contraindicated in very high doses. Some of the longevity people have got I think, are going to cause themselves more problems in the long run than they understand because they're overloading the electron chain. They're doing a lot of damaging effects. And that's why I usually only recommend up to 300 rather than their high doses, which are just off the show in terms of quantities. But yeah, I better save that, Loki, before I forget, because I always bloody forget. Oops. Back there, images, and save. Always need something to get a good laugh out of. Yes. Oops. And I'm just going to cycle through a few of these. Not really. As I said, when it comes to anything, it's basically the body will break down everything into its basic constituents from the food in a good acidic stomach, and then the body will take all that stuff and reconstitute it in a certain way. It's usually other things that can happen in the processing, other compounds, other industrial compounds as well. There can be other issues that can have an interplay in that regard. So what's the relation between riboflavin and thyroid health? Well, riboflavin is very critical to energy production. and a number of other functions in the body. So it's important, and the requirement goes up on a carnivore diet. It actually doubles compared to a plant-based diet. It's the only thing. Everything goes down as far as the requirements, but you know what? Animal foods, even 100 grams, which is 3.5 ounces, have got all you need in terms of riboflavin. So the amount that we get from when we eat a big steak and a glass of milk and all that, even a glass of milk will give you all your daily dose. So you add a steak and add some eggs and all that, you'll get so much. It's a non-issue on a carnivore diet, a complete zero non-issue. If you're on a veganurized diet, yes, you could be deficient. If you're on a STAD diet, eating excessive amounts of processed foods, in those you could also get B vitamin deficiencies, not only riboflavin, niacin, and many of the others, thiamine, so you name it. And because also thiamine is important in terms of energy production, good sources are things like tuna, good sources are things like pork, for both those. So basically nutrient deficiencies can affect the thyroid health. That's but it's usually the people that will have those worst cases will be basically people on plant-based diets or on highly processed, non-traditional mixed diets, which is basically the modern day sort of junk food diet that most people are getting, like prepared ready meals and stuff like that, you know. Yesterday I was looking at some meals and stuff like that. We were going through the supermarket and we were actually looking, and then we went through this outlet. We thought, because it sort of promotes itself like a healthy sort of making cleaner foods with less processed stuff and all that. And we actually grabbed one of the packages and we looked at it because it was basically like a low carb meal. Because my brother, his son's in the police force, and they're always getting these sort of ready-made things. And he looked at that, and then he turned over, and then he realised, soy and a couple of other things. Not a good idea, because it looked on the outside. I said, that's the other problem. They promote these things like healthy on the outside, and then you look at the ingredients. Most people don't read that sort of stuff. And then you realise, okay, this isn't what it's meant to be exactly. So got to be very careful. But it's usually in a carnivore diet, you're going to get shitloads of riboflavin in particular. Milk is extremely high, and so is beef, lamb, all those sort of things. Pork is slightly lower in riboflavin, but if you have a big steak, you'll get more. You'll still get about 3 times what your requirement is in many cases. So it's a non-issue for us, but it can be an issue, and not only that, and a lot of the others with many others around the place. But yes, and it's a lot of these things are associational. The studies that talk about riboflavin and thyroid and all that, at the end, it's really micronutrient deficiencies. At the heart of it, there's all these associations, but it's micro. If you really want to know what the thyroid requires, all tissue require riboflavin and thiamine, all tissue, because there's enzymes in part of the, when we talk about the energy production. So they actually are required. But there are specific ones in the thyroid, and if you look at the enzymes, they require selenium, they require zinc, iodine, they require those sort of things, vitamin D. There are, and a bit of vitamin A as well, but there are retinol, but there are basically key ingredients, and also the conversion. It's not only, selenium plays a bigger role in conversion. There is still a cofactor, which is a less pronounced cofactor, which is zinc in the conversion T4 to T3. So, but the big ones are iodine and selenium, and it's really important to get enough. And things like eggs are very good sources of both. Liver, again, liver's very high in selenium in particular, and in selenium in very good levels, way above the RDI, has actually been shown to basically reduce in randomized control studies cancer rates. And societies around the world that have got poor soils in selenium tend to have much higher certain types of cancer. So yes, like Poland being one country that has a poorer iodine and selenium soil. It's probably the reason why some of those carnivores up there, like the rest of society, were getting the same levels. And people say, oh, they were dying at the same rate as the rest of the population. Yes, they were, because they were as deficient as the rest of the population for these key micronutrients, because even their animals couldn't get them because they're not in the soil, you know? So, you know, it's all these confounders that people sort of miss. But it's easier for the vagoons to grab a study and say, oh, look, they're just dying as the rest of the population. So, you know, there's nothing. But that's because they were missing those key nutrients. But if you don't know about the soils of different parts of the world, because I do look at geology, and it was actually an American that actually got me into this. He's a bit of he's an interesting guy that basically does all these videos, and he sells colloidal minerals and stuff like that. But he was the one that actually tuned me into about selenium and stuff like that in different soils. And I actually pulled up maps of, you know, around the world that geologists and geological and companies, like a lot of the mining companies, they have a lot of these sort of things. And you can actually see the soil minerals that are in different parts of the world, and it gives you an idea of potential deficiencies that can actually happen in certain parts of the world. It's probably something at some stage I need to do, you know, just to inform people in that regard. But anyway. Complete GLT. Where are you located? Because if you're in Australia, you can actually get made by cow, which is basically a raw milk out of New South Wales, and they do have on their website stores that they sell it. In other countries, it can be a problem. Like in America, there's some states that permit it, and some states that don't. Canada does not, and so Jared usually had to cross the border. So he actually sent me recently an email. So, you know, so regards from Jared for the rest of yous. So he's doing fine. He's still, you know, dealing with his partners, with other things in his family and all that. So, yeah, I won't go into it. It's private. Yeah. Yes, it is. It bloody is. And I theoretically was able to access some raw stuff at some distant past moment in my life, which I won't say too much information without getting somebody into trouble. Ah, very nice. What I want to do is try and get camel. I know somebody's told me about South Australia, and they could actually they sell it over there as pet milk, but humans buy it for their pets. It's a fight between the cat and them who gets the milk, the camel milk that is. Very high in lactoferrin, so it's really good if kids have got certain health issues. Really good to improve the immune system, because it does increase. Because the level of lactoferrin in the milk has an effect on interferon in the body, how much the body will produce. So, and they've known this for years, because mother's milk is one of the highest sources of lactoferrin. It's actually higher than cows and many other animals, and even camels. It's higher than all. This is theoretical now. we're going into the theoretical and speculative side of things. I suspect is because the children, because of the larger brain size, they need to come out of the birth canal. They're not fully developed, and they need to basically be getting a lot of these nutrients through the mother's milk to build and strengthen their immune system. This is why we don't see a lot of the health issues amongst the tribal populations to the same extent. Remember, even Mary Ruddock talked about how some of the young kids were not getting any pathogens, but when they went to school eating inappropriate foods like seed oils and stuff like that, they were coming back, they were more susceptible to pathogens in the environment. They had weakened immune systems because of poor nutrition. So not only the sun, very important, but also the nutrition. So it plays a factor. Mm. Yeah, it's probably, they turf it out a bit like the skin. Everything that's skinless today gets just turfed out. What a waste, all the animal fat gets turfed out. Everything gets turfed out. In the old days, they used to, a lot of the trimmings of the animal fats and all that, they would sell them to suppliers who would create lard, tallow, dripping, because the old fish and chip shops used to use, my father used to, back in the 70s, used to use dripping. We used to go and buy big blocks of dripping and pop it in the actual fryer, and it was basically tallow, beef dripping that we used in it. So that's how we used to cook the old fish and chips in the past. And then in the 90s, most Australians started shifting over. See, in the households, people had already shifted over to seed oils, but businesses didn't actually shift over until about the 90s, because there was a lot of pressure from the governments and all these, because that means they had to replace all the fryers, they had to replace with new filters and stuff like that. And that's why it wasn't as the companies really cared about people's health. No, it was just basically the cost of replacing the old fryers with new fryers that could actually handle these oils. So, that was the issue. So had the government not put any pressure, had there been not much pressure from the medical community and all that, they probably still would have been cooking stuff, and we probably still wouldn't have had the explosion in health issues that we've had in comparison. It still would be, there's a lot of processed garbage out there that would have seed oils, but it probably wouldn't have been as severe as it is at the moment. So that's a speculation, because we don't know how far they would have gone on that front, but yeah. And getting back to the thing that I was saying earlier, that's why breastfeeding is important, I believe. And if mothers have difficulty with breastfeeding for whatever reason, raw milk is important for the baby. And camel's milk is probably even a better one if you can get it, because it's got high lactoferrin in it. You love anything with collagen in it. People used to complain about that apparently they used to put chicken skins in McDonald's milkshakes. Those people didn't know. They were born. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, did they? I never heard that. Anyway, maybe that'd be a good idea. At least those milkshakes are a bit healthier than the current ones, which are just full of bloody sugar. In the profile, the fatty acid sort of profile, yes. And a number of other aspects. It's an A2 milk, which has very similar sort of protein fatty acid profile, which is very similar, and very high in short chain fatty acids, and in and medium chain triglycerides compared to other milk. Goat milk, because mother's milk is much higher in medium chain triglycerides as well, and it's got a very similar profile in that regard. So I know that Greek mothers in the mountainous area, even though they breastfed, they also gave their kids goat milk as well. So it's very popular in the mountainous areas. It's just nowadays people just, it's all industrial stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. Bovine gelatin. In those old days, yeah, that's what they used to use. Not anymore, but back then they used to. There's a few companies that still, like in their supplements, use bovine gelatin. I mean, I usually point them out, some of them, but it's a very rare thing now, unfortunately. It's even harder to get. You have to go to specialty stores to get bovine gelatin. I mean, I got some, but you have to go to specialty stores, which is annoying. That's the other thing. That's true zombie. Yeah, good point. Yeah, they did actually replace. They used gluten as a thickener. Yeah, because it is. It's Yeah, when they got rid of gelatin, because I've actually used gelatin to basically as in my low carb days to avoid gluten, and I used gelatin and gum and stuff like that as binders and thickeners and stuff like that. So I did that. I went the other way when I was, but yeah, that's true. You got to actually, if you look at the label, it actually says a lot of the ice creams now, they actually have that in there. Yeah, there's only very a small select ones that still are using the animal-based stuff. A lot of them have shifted over. So, yeah, it sort of limited what I could access as well, which was annoying. But, yes, very true. Yeah, they've just whole food supply's been completely and utterly turned into garbage, deranged, as I call it. It's a deranged modern processed food environment. It's just yeah, he does. Yeah. Dad in his fridge over his dead body, my dear, over his dead body. Yeah, the old boy actually, yes, he literally produces his own like pork jelly, you know, and from the skin and all that sort of stuff, and it's just this globular stuff. He used it in his cooking, so he'll put the big slabs and all that, and sometimes he'll just eat it. Yeah, I know. Oh man, he'll warm it up in a and have it as a like a soupy type thing. So yes, he's got his ways. But he used to do a lot of larding with his mum when he was young. This is back, we're talking about now 30s and later on, and through, well, they struggled to get enough nutrition in the war years, but that was a different issue altogether. And post the war in the mid 40s onwards. So he does definitely love pork. It's his favorite meat, you know. Dad will eat a bit of beef now and then, but he's pretty much very much a pork person. Pork and fish, basically. Seafood. No, Shell, he won't. He doesn't even share it with his son. What are you talking about? And if you want to get another invite over to Dad's place, behave yourself. Yes, exactly. You did. Sun and meat, and you did see quite a few improvements. you're way beyond where you were. Yeah, and for it's just so much crap, and it's just, you know, I mean, I'm down to now only 2 types of beef jerky, as you know, those ones, and now we're looking at investigating the one in Western Australia, but all the others are just sort of they've changed them. They've put other things in there, and you go, just you look at the ingredients and you go, "Nah." So there's only 2 left in the supermarket you can actually buy now. And I'm worried because that one of them, which is the home brand, the other 2 have been changed, and I'm worried that the last one, the smoked one, that they'll change that as well, and that means then we'll be limited to the one down at the IGA stores. That would be the only one, which is a local Tasmanian biltong thing. Yeah, it's getting annoying. Let's put it that way, with the way even our type of foods, highly carnivore foods, are being altered. Yeah, drives me up a wall. Yes, you could do that. Yeah, exactly. It's endemic everywhere. It's I've noticed on a number of processed foods and even some protein snacks that I used to eat in the past. You look at them now, and they've actually changed a lot of the formulations. They've added more soy in it. They've added more gluten in it. They've added all sorts of other things in these things, even in the low carb stuff. Um, so if you've been consuming some of this sort of stuff, check the labels, guys. Check the labels. I now religiously check the labels every now and then. So you know, and even I get caught out. So yeah, I found cases I've come home and I've looked at it and then I've gone, ugh, and I've ended up throwing it in the bin. Yes, you don't want to be throwing money away. And then there's one or two that are, and I'm going, I'll only do it this time, because I've coughed. I don't want to throw too much money away. But reducing this sort of stuff anyway in the home is the best thing you can do. So I have got rid of all the low carb sort of chocolate and all this sort of stuff. I've got rid of all that sort of things. I used to go down to Nature's Work. It's in where I get my colloidal mineral, the King Island one, where the Cat and Fiddle comes up to the top there, across from Centre Point. Anybody that's in Hobart, Tassie knows the area. And so, yeah, stopped going because, and also some of the formulations changed because some of them are artesian chocolates and they've actually changed them. And it's a really bloody annoying because they've actually changed them. And now, I mean, you go, what's the difference with the other ones? If you're going to cheat, who cares? You might as well buy the cheapest one. They're all the same practically. So, yeah, it's annoying to say the least. So it's I actually have a big block that thick. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but I may end up throwing it out. Haven't decided. It's it's actual, but I don't want the oxalate. It's just yeah, I'm over all that sort of stuff. Had enough dumping. Oh yeah, look, I know it is absolutely nonsense about yeah, Luke saying I just can't take the amount of people trying to justify regular consumption of modern fruit recently. Yeah, it's just dumb. Yeah, exactly. they say things like, if your diet doesn't allow fruit, you need a new diet. It's absolute nonsense. Fruit was seasonal. Simple. For the majority of the population, if you're in the tropics, there are 2 seasons. And if you're in the actual anywhere outside the tropics, it's 1 or an extremely limited, if you're closer to the Arctic Circle, of a few berries. So, and most of, even apples, used to be little things like that, which were very tart, so they weren't sweet. Most plants in nature are very tart, and so they have a sort of a more soury type, very little sugar, and tend to basically, if you really want sugar, you have to go down to the tropics. That's where the more sugary type fruits are, and you only had them in 2 times of the year, seasonal. So no, until refrigeration came along, the access to most of these was very limited, and they were smaller. I mean, even a watermelon from Africa will fit in my palm. Now it's something this big. That's man-made. That's hybridized to buggery, So no, if they were saying, yep, we'll go to berries and stuff like that, I'd say, if you're doing it seasonally, it's probably not the worst thing you could do. It's not optimal, but it's not the worst thing you can do. But it's not required. It's a waste of money. That's how I see it. But if you're going to cheat, with fruit, do some berries and leave it at that, and do it seasonally so you can deplete with UV the deuterium. But as I've always said, it's the worst carbohydrate you can consume is fruit because of the deuterium content, which if you do it for too long, over many years, when you consume honey, fruit, all these things over a number of years, all you're doing is reducing your mitochondrial density, and you're causing yourself more mitochondrial damage. And over time, you'll create more senescent cells, and those senescent cells will secrete inflammatory cytokines, and those increased cytokines will basically cause more cellular damage in the locality where those senescent cells are. And the more that happens, the more it will accelerate your aging and precipitate your earlier death in the long run. So, and quicker decline. So is that the way you want to live? These people need to justify what their bullshit. They've got nothing other than, we've always done it. No, we did it seasonally. You didn't always do it all year round. I mean, we've got people now on the carnivore community like Salad Boy with whole containers of, honey, which you'd only get seasonally. Even the HUDs are told Mary you'd only get seasonally, and they consumed it with the actual honeycomb, which has a lot of protein and fat in there. So it's not that sugary, and it's only seasonally. And these people are basically promoting it as an all year round thing of fructose, and then high fructose. And then on the other side, fruit all year round. And I'm going, before refrigeration, before the 1950s, when refrigeration started becoming more widespread. It did exist before, but it became widespread in the 1950s. Basically, you only had access. I mean, even in the 1970s, there wasn't as much refrigeration around at the time, and because it wasn't cost effective for the big companies and farming organizations. And I can remember, this was as a youngster in Greece, watermelon. You could only get melons and watermelon for about a month and a half towards the end of summer, the last month of summer and the first month of autumn. That was it. And then after that, there was no real watermelon, or watermelon came out first, and then melons sort of came after that. So I mean, who are people kidding? These people are just basically, modern day ignorant people, disconnected from nature, have no understanding of seasonality, and are claiming things that are completely and utterly illogical. Unless you're living in a modern society completely disconnected, do you think that's normal? And that's probably what the case is. It's just ridiculous. Yes, exactly, zombie. Frankenfruits. Yeah, exactly. That's what the modern day stuff is. It's not the stuff that we had once upon a time, the real stuff. Yeah, it's just one chemical number after another chemical number. It's ridiculous. It's beyond a joke. It's become. What about animals like bison, boar, deer, duck, moose? Has someone in there this live ever eaten them? Yep, I haven't had bison. I've had boar. I've had deer. I've had duck. I haven't had moose. I've had geese, and stuff like that. But moose would be very hard to get in Australia because it's a North American thing, and bison is a North American thing, so it's very hard to get here. And the other thing that I haven't had is camel meat. So even though we do have a lot of feral camels in Australia, but we don't. I haven't been able to source camel meat in. I'm looking for it, but haven't been able to source somewhere within reasonable cost levels and stuff like that. If I was going to do it on a more regular basis, if I end up liking it. So, yes. But I love duck fat. Oh, I buy this French duck fat. It is absolutely divine. I use it for some of my cooking. It really creates beautiful flavors. If you've never tried duck fat, do try it. The French use in a lot of their meals and different things that they cook up. And it's very popular in French restaurants as well. Yeah, you and Hello Kitty are very much the same, obsessed with bloody cream and butter. What, if any, nutrients, vitamins are lost in cooking? I like raw eggs, yolks, and they may have upset my stomach. Thanks. I occasionally eat raw eggs myself. I actually eat eggs in many different ways. Poached, hard boiled, which I usually take to work, which are much easier convenient to travel. So I take hard boiled eggs to work. I have poached eggs now and then, and I like just busting it all over the meat, the steak, sort of, and all that, and salt and pepper. So I really like that. So soft boiled eggs I've had, sort of brings back the child in me, like Mum used to make it. And yeah, okay, we've all got little funny quirks. And unless you've actually got a true sensitivity to some of the proteins in the egg whites, which is what most people have, yeah, you got to be a bit careful with raw. But generally speaking, it's forget about biotin deficiency. That's not going to happen. Only about 28% is lost because there's more biotin in yolk, and it basically cancels out any effects of the whites. Even in whites, there's actually there's more biotin than there is abatin to basically bind the biotin, so you don't end up with a biotin deficiency. But combination is even better in terms of that. But generally speaking, no, I don't like the whites. I'm raw. I'm not into whites. I'm raw. But the yolks, like yourself, I will have a couple of them in that regard. Yes, but they shouldn't have. I don't understand why. Because at the end of the day, if your stomach is functioning properly, just try them with a taurine supplement. just in case your stomach acidity isn't getting low enough, to basically salt, a bit of taurine with that, and see how that goes. And it may, if that resolves the issue, it just means that your stomach is not getting the acidity levels low enough to basically denature all those protein structures, and you're not getting more sort of some proteins from the eggs ending up in your gut system and actually causing some reactivity. So, yeah, can't think of anything else at the moment. Harry, I'm 20 years old. Yes, it makes it very easy to recover from a lot of issues, speaking about gastroparesis, but even also disease, especially gut IBS. Wow, there's so many increased in young people. It's the old Pottinger's cat syndrome. For more younger people now have had parents and grandparents that have basically been on species inappropriate diets, and they have much poorer gut microbiomes that they're actually transmitting to the next generation, is one aspect. And then also more damage to the next generation because of their poor diets. So it's not your parents' fault. It's basically they live in a food environment that is very hostile to the human species, and people are completely ill-informed, unaware of these things. And it's the younger people now, and it's not only yourself, Mike, there's a lot of young people at your age bracket and younger, that the pronouncement, the amount of disease amongst young people is escalating. And it's the old Pottinger's cat. Nothing to do with raw meat or anything like that. That may be species appropriate for them. We can actually handle cooked meat. We've, for 1.5 million years, adaptation. But it's more the issue that for the last couple of generations, we've been eating so much garbage, our parents and our grandparents, that are basically, they've been stuffing up their bodies and been passing, and this damage is passing on to us in different ways because there are genetics. Even when you look at Pottinger's cat, there were so many variations. There were some cats that had certain ailments, other cats that had other ailments, because it's genetically based. The gut microbiome of one parent is going to be slightly skewed differently to what you'll inherit or somebody else, and so you may end up with underlying issues which will be more pronounced in this regard. Certain genes may have been activated, where in somebody else other genes are activated from what is passed on from their parents. And if people are not eating the right foods, and getting they may have not enough methyl donors to silence those genes over time, because food and compounds can silence genes. Who would have known that eating a species appropriate diet can actually have those effects? I mean, the most pronounced, I always use this as an example because this is like, nobody can deny this. Phosphatidylserine, when you don't eat enough animal foods and stuff like that, you will be deficient in phosphatidylserine. Now, there is, in the Ashkenazi Jews, there was a genetic dementia type disease, which is in their genes. When they gave them high doses of phosphatidylserine, it completely turned off the gene. Didn't have to take any special drugs or anything like that. Just something, a compound which is found in animal foods primarily in large amounts, especially things like liver, eggs, those sort of things. And when you give that stuff to somebody with those genes, you silence the genes, So methylating that part of the genome just turned that thing off completely. Fantastic. That tells you something, that basically when you've basically are eating species inappropriate and turning on certain genes, and causing derangements. You don't know how they're going to express in the next generation. They're going to express in varied ways, but they all have a common cause, moving further and further away from a species appropriate diet that is causing derangements of varied types. And also gut microbiome differences between people that people inherit from their parents. That also has an effect as well, together with the other aspects. It may seem quite complicated, but the origins are similar. And, people like, I think there are two things that I'll also mention. Weston A. Price, he actually saw this. He visually saw it and recorded it between those who had been exposed to the modern foods of civilization, as he called them, which was, the seed oils, the sugars, the refined sugars, the flours and stuff like that, and those who hadn't. And they were the same genetics, or as they used to call them in those days, they were of the same stock, which is a really, we don't use that term because it, anyway, conjure up all sorts of racial and, all that sort of stuff. But anyway, but that's the terminologies that they use. So it's, when you do read, Weston A. Price's, book, you will, it's, the language is, it's very 1930s, let's put it that way, in that regard, But nutrition and physical degeneration is a really good source to understanding some of this sort of stuff. Then when you actually look at some other researchers that have looked, like Pottinger, looking at the cats, giving them foods that are inappropriate, that it takes about 5 generations to make an animal basically completely not being able to reproduce anymore. So that cat line can die out. So what we're doing is we're doing a mass experiment with these inappropriate diets, and we're trying to we're doing a patch-up job with pharmaceuticals. And we're not making much progress. We're actually losing ground as we're moving forward. And that's why we're getting all these strange things. I mean, gastroparesis, or basically when it comes to peristalsis from the top of the digestive tract right down to the bottom of the digestive tract, none of us should basically have something that is not functioning properly and regulated properly by our genes, unless we've deranged it over time, and and we've deranged the signaling as well. And the only research, you go back, I've found research in 1979. There was, the other one was I think 80, can't remember, 87 or 88, and a number of other studies that actually show that taurine regulates the motility, the movement of stuff through the digestive system, and also, let alone that, not only regulate, but also bring it back into a sort of a level of homeostasis. And where can this be found? In animal foods. So if you go back to the 50s and 60s, people didn't have these problems, but they were eating 2/3 or more animal-based. Now we flipped that thing, and as yourself, you were, eating a lot of plant-based type stuff and a lot of processed stuff and all that. And when you're not giving the body the right nutrition, it's not going to function properly. And over time, it's just going to get, you've got to shift. And I usually get, people on much high. Obviously, at your age, you're not taking any medication to lower blood pressure, which means that you don't have to slowly go up to 6 grams. But you could basically go right up to 6 grams within, just go 2 grams for a couple of days, 4 grams for a couple of days, then 6 grams for a couple of days, and do that for a couple of months. And that will slowly basically start regulating this. Also improve your stomach function because it's tied into it. Gallbladder, the emulsification of bile, and important for the functioning of bile flow. tied with taurine. Then when it comes basically to some of the, you know, the methylation and detoxification sort of pathways within the liver, they also basically use, you know, some of these sulfur amino acids, including taurine. Then when you're looking at basically stomach, I've done a video on the stomach acidity and low pH to basically get the stomach to function properly, and the valve to seal. Again, taurine plays a role in that as well. So when you start putting, you know, eventually these things will work, and then you won't need the supplements because your meat will have enough taurine. Your body will be sorted. You just need enough from the animal foods just to function properly. But when you're deficient heavily, and that's another thing, if you've done a lot of plants, you know, one nasty thing that actually depletes sulfur in the body is a thing called oxalate. And until you can clear that out, which is another bugger, you have to do more taurine, and you have to do also more citric acid in order to basically reduce the amount of oxalate, stored oxalate in tissue. So there's a lot of factors at play in sorting these things out. So there are things that are genes that have been turned on at an epigenetic level that need to be turned off. And on the other hand, there's also the microbiome issues, plus all these other factors that are at play in terms of how the organs that interact with the digestive tract, how they are actually functioning. So is your pancreas functioning properly, your gallbladder, your liver, you know, all this sort of stuff, you know, are you able to recycle properly, bile? All these things are important in the proper functioning of your digestive system. And if they're not, if a couple of them are out or many of them are out, you're going to have problems of varying intensities and varying effects. And it's usually, you know, you sort of have to give me a list of symptoms. You seem to have very severe symptoms, which means that there may be a number of things that may be at play at the same time. And that's why I sort of recommended to you taurine as a way of actually trying to resolve all these over a number of months is the best way to go. And that should sort of normalize things. And within about probably a month from now, if you haven't done the protocol with you know, the gut restoration thing with the B vitamins below 50 milligrams and vitamin D, or unless you've got the sun, you know, if you've got access to the sun, then you don't need to basically supplement if you're out in the sun and getting enough vitamin D. Like Lukey he was actually just sunbaking all the time, and that's what he does. Perfect, you know, because you get also cholesterol sulfate and many other things. So it's really important to be in the sun, and there's a lot of other health benefits from being in the sun. So, but yeah, very important to sort of try and sort those things out by focusing on these aspects. I haven't had deer for ages. It's one thing that I haven't had, but I haven't done any much hunting now for ages as well. So, yes, some stage I need to get back into it. As my brother Sean says, he's a maniac when he goes out hunting. I'm not a maniac. I just like shooting things. Let's move on. I actually try to do challenging shots like long distance shots. So, yes, can expend a bit of ammo doing that. uh, yes, Berry Boy. I like Berry Boy. Sounds like it. I read a paper saying CLX is high in those born with C-section. Uh, there is association, but ADHD is high in those C-section. CLX is common. Because remember, also some of the bacteria that are very important in breaking down gluten as well. So you can lose those bacteria if you don't go through the mother's birth canal. So I would say a proportion of those people, I don't know how much, probably because we don't have any studies zombie, and I don't like, we just can't make things up. But yes, there is strong association between a lot of these things and children born C-section. You know what horrified me recently? There was a lady at work, she's gone off on maternity leave. And she basically, because she was fearing that the child would be born naturally around Christmas and interrupt her festive season and all that, she decided to go earlier on leave to have a C-section. I just heard that, and then she walked away, and I just shook my head, and I go, "What the fuck?" But, doctors nowadays saying, "Oh, don't worry, you don't have to have natural birth. You can just have a C-section, and you can be back up and running. And you won't even have a very severe scar or anything like that. We can sort that out with a bit of plastic surgery type methods." All about convenience. Forget about, "Oh, why suffer?" Who cares about the kid? Doesn't seem the medical system does. Yeah, goddamn crazy, the world. It's a crazy world, unfortunately. Uh, You Brazilian boys. Hey, it's a natural Viagra. Don't knock it. I'm glad I'm Greek. Hey, and my excuse as a Greek, God said, "Go forth and populate the world." So I need something like L-citrulline just to boost that capability. Mm. Nah, the a statue or an icon is just a representation. It's when you deify the actual object, that's when it becomes idolatry. There's a bit of a difference. May sound like semantics, but there is a fundamental difference, because idolatrous in the past, in ancient times, did actually believe that there were spirits in objects. Yes, so they had a very different way. My kid, he had ADHD, CLX, he was born C-section. When I was fat and diabetic. Well, some of those other things could also be due to the diabetes and some of the other derangements and stuff like that. So, but obviously, I would say C-section is another factor. A lot of these things are, people having, in the past, people had wider hips and women had much less difficulty. I mean, look, African women, they just pop them out with very little pain or very little effort. That's telling you something, that basically all these these skeletal malformations or not properly developed in modern people because of their inappropriate diets is creating a lot of these problems where people have to go to C-sections or have to go or have very difficult, births. So it's definitely part of that modern. It's all these things. We're just compounding things to the nth degree, which is the unfortunate reality. You know, it's just another layer of problems we've created because of the way we do things. As long as you got a few laughs, that's the main thing. Ah, think about that way. That is definitely the way we're meant to come out. But unfortunately nowadays, yeah, it's not the way it actually happens, unfortunately. Yes. You're going to tell him to do a couple of Hail Marys and stuff like that, HD? God almighty. Poor Lukey. Ah, that's the main thing. Yeah, as long as that, yeah, likewise, me and a number of other people that have been eating more animal based, they basically are saying the same things coming back from their doctors. Yeah, I mean, I've got, a few things when it comes to some of the stuff she says. I don't think we need the amount of plants and stuff like that, but a lot of the other stuff is really she's really good as well. And I really like the way she talks about animal foods, how important they are and all that. So I have to say, compared to anyone else in the sort of paleo space and stuff like that, she's the best. One of the best. I do like her as well. Yeah. I used to listen to a lot of her stuff in the past. Yes. Very good, very smart Russian lady. Yeah, you could do worse with a different, it may not be carnivore, but it's a hell of a lot better than most other options out there as well. And her GAPS diet is quite highly carnivorous, not to our level, but much higher than many others. And I think she's been influenced recently. She's been making a few shifts, but I don't know exactly because I haven't. It's just what I've heard anecdotally from others. So I'm not really. Just lick your fingers. That's what I do. Zombie, just lick your fingers. The ninth wonder of the world. Hey. There were some Greek ones that preceded those. Just letting you know. Uh, yes. What is a supplement that you could recommend before specifically pulling a great reset one's oral microbiome? It's usually B vitamins. The I usually get people to sort out get their B vitamin status, for 3 months with vitamin D plus that Ruteri one for the gut. And then after that, then I usually get them to get the oral one because there's an oral one. And I don't mind if they do it. I've sort of changed my mind a bit of it. I don't mind now if they do it like a month in, like they're doing the other one for about a month. and then maybe 2, and then they jump in the oral part. So I don't have as much a problem with that anymore. I used to say after, but but yeah, it's a good thing to basically. But the other thing is to make sure that with the oral side as well, when you're doing that, to get a good supplement of MK4, minoquinone 4, because that will help with clearing up a lot of the tartar effects and stuff like that as that's going about. Because sometimes there's a lot of these build-ups that actually happen, and MK4 does really help clear a lot of that sort of stuff there and improve the mineralization of the teeth as well, which is really important. I think they're dangerous, zombie, to be honest. I think they are dangerous. I think they have the potential of actually transmitting diseases from one human to another. And that has happened. So I think they are very dangerous. I think that could be done differently. I think what could be done is they could actually identify those bacterial strains, grow them in petri dishes and stuff like that. And then once they grow them in petri dishes and they've purified, there's no basically other stuff, put them in an injectable fluid and just squirt them up the bum, basically. I would prefer that method than the potential for viruses and other things coming from other humans. So there are risks, and there have been people where they've got some inappropriate bugs, like because not everybody, just because they've got a lot of these donors are basically, let's say, they're on mixed diets. They're not necessarily the healthiest people, but they're healthier than the people that have got the real severe problems. But some of them basically are even fat, so they've got some of the gut bacteria that tend to predispose you to encourage you to eat certain foods, like I want sugar, stuff like that. So when you get something like that from that sort of person, you can end up basically overeating certain foods and end up obese by engaging the Randall cycle. So I'm not a fan of this. I think there are other ways you can actually restore with B vitamins, as long as you have you've got a pre-existing, you've been born naturally through your mother's birth canal, and then you've got still an appendix, which a large proportion of the population still have. You should be able to restore with B vitamins and vitamin D your old original gut microbiome that is stored, but you need to suppress the pathogenics. That's why we use that Ruteri one from Sweden to suppress the pathogenics in order to allow those other ones to grow, which require vitamin D and B vitamins to grow. They exchange those. So that's the only thing, but I'm reluctant to promote, fecal transplants, as they're called. Yeah, personally, that's my personal opinion. What other people want to do and shove up their rear end is their business, but I wouldn't. Probably not kill, but probably make you very sick. Well, actually, yeah, potentially could kill if you've got something like AIDS or whatever. Yeah, potentially. So there are risks. Certain very lethal stuff that may not be as maybe somehow controlled in one person, but then another person can really do wacky things. Hard to say with these things, hard to say. Some people have great success, not an issue whatsoever. But there are also horror stories. So it's fraught with a lot of dangers, let's put it that way. And there are less dangerous ways of going about it. I sort of feel like that as well. But at the end of the day, some people can really be severely bad and maybe nutrient deficient because they can't hold on to anything. But remember, oh, let me go back to here. Remember, yeah, please hit the like button, please, everyone. Remember what I said ages ago about people that, that have some of these issues, these gut issues and like that. Necro Kitty was one of these people. She had severe diarrhea for 2 years. 2 years, continuous. Now, somebody basically that has something like that would end up going and actually having a poo transplant or a fecal transplant. Why? Because they basically would have had enough. I don't know how she coped for 2 years in that sort of state. Then she took the Ruteri, one that I recommended, and she eliminated all her diarrhea, but she got constipation. Because I was unaware that she also didn't have a lot of the lactobacillus type bacteria, the bifidobacteria and all that. So now she's on a protocol to restore those, and she's getting better. So her poo starting to normalize, getting back to being, just normal plonk and wipe, So yes. I mean, what was it? 2 days ago, I actually must have had some. I noticed that because normally it's just plonk and wipe for me, and I noticed I had a bit of my stool was part of it was a bit chunky in a sense. Wasn't like really dry or really solidified, but it was just a bit of chunkiness. But there was also this streak in it, a bit of streak in it of this tanny color. That's coming out of your gallbladder. And I've had gallbladder issues in the past, and I've actually cleared out the stones, but I've still got like sludge that's coming out. Like periodically, it affects me. And about 2 days ago, I had a bit of that, and it came through, and I go, still got that shit coming out. But it takes time. You've got to be patient, guys. So even I've got little bits that occasionally, pop up, but I no longer have any of the constant, that like really stools that are really hard, and we're not, or really loose in a sense. And it's really these sort of gut microbiome issues, these sort of relationship to, pathogens that are in there that are causing some of this disruption. So you've got to suppress the little buggers and bring back some of the others. Now, if you're basically don't have an appendix, and some people have come back to me, I don't have an appendix, I've got these sort of, and then I usually basically give them a whole list of supplements that they can go and get and other things to do to basically try and suppress a lot of these things. I ask them what their, there's a whole lot of questions, but anyway. So if they've got a tongue that's really white, potentially have candida. So get them on that candida sort of that fluid stuff, to take that together as they're doing this sort of restoration. So to clear out, bring back the beneficial, which will keep candida under control and all these sort of things. So, oops. Yes. So it's all that sort of stuff. Fair enough, Helen. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, sometimes I just remember things because sometimes I read them a long time ago or looked into them and just forgot them, and then sort of all of a sudden somebody brings something up and I go, oh yeah, I remember that, and it was actually a time somebody had actually asked me, because this was about 5 odd years ago, and I was asked because I think it was I think my sister asked me, my younger sister. This was about taurine and about cats because because she was actually getting certain foods this is for Lucy, and I think was it? Well, I can't remember now. Was it Susie or God? Oh, fuck, 5 years. I can't remember exactly. But anyway, whether it was my sister or whether it was somebody else who had a cat, and it was about the taurine thing. And if you give them some cooked from what we eat, sometimes is that going to be a big issue? Are they going to be basically taurine deficient or stuff like that because they can't synthesize? They have to get in the diet. And they go, I don't know. So I looked into it. And then I found this research that had been done at the, I think it's the University of California, and it was basically looking at what happens. And they literally cooked it for 20, the level that meats are usually cooked to get rid of the pathogens and all that at those lower temperatures for a lot of pet foods. And lo and behold, after 24 hours, there was no marked reduction in taurine. It was just very little. So it didn't really have much of an effect. I thought it would. I was going to come back and say, no, you definitely, you have to go raw as with the cats and dogs and all that. And I come back and I go, oh, okay. I was wrong, assuming that without looking. But this research showed that, yeah. So very, very interesting. When you look, you never assume anything. I've learned to not assume anything nowadays. Yes, I can. With a firm hand as well. With a firm hand. Something you could learn, Richard, with a firm hand. I do like omelettes myself. And scrambled eggs with bacon. Yeah, I do like that as well. Actually, I've got two. I actually bought 2 packs of bacon, and I still haven't bloody cooked it. I was supposed to. I ended up doing lamb yesterday. I'm going to do the bacon between the video, this live stream and the next live stream. I'm going to do the bacon, and actually, good idea, Richard. Scrambled eggs and bacon sounds like bloody a good lunch to have. That's what I'm going to have. Sounds good to me. You've given me a good idea. And it's all smoked bacon. Wonderful. You keep it simple. But you got boys. Makes it easy. Just throw anything in front of them. They'll eat it. Not as picky. Not our society nowadays. Fuck, mate, 14,000 euros. God almighty, yes. Yes, Jabba the Hutt will become very rich in Austria and Germany. Very rich, might I say. Yeah, well, in Australia, there is some interesting stuff without losing my live stream to the YouTube censor board or whatever. We'll be discussing some of this sort of stuff, some of the privacy rules under the federal law, Section 94H. So there's a number of things that I'll go through, some of the legal stuff that people may want to know in Australia. And, if people know about the US or other parts of the world, some of the legal stuff, do come along and let us know, because there are going to be people from your part of the world that will want to know in that regard. Because I've just scantly looked at some of the stuff outside Australia. There was also in the federal court in Australia, not the High Court, but the federal court, there was CFMEU and on an industrial agreement, and this was brought up as well. So that was interesting reading as well. So there's a number of things. actually, this was brought to my attention by a friend of Hello Kitties, Ivan, and I looked it up on the federal court website and found it. So anyway, let's move on. You should turn up trouble. Everybody's welcomed. Audios are required. You do, turn on your audio to talk to people when you're not talking. If you're doing other things, like some people eating or doing other things, or maybe in the toilet or whatever, please do turn off the audio before you do those things. They may be amusing to some people, but not everyone. And with the video side, it's optional. Because I just want people to turn up and interact. Most people do turn on their video, but you don't have to. It's not a requirement. You may like to chat in the nude. I don't know. So everybody's welcomed. People may be, lathering themselves with all sorts of stuff. Like Hello Kitty, she puts all these creams on herself. Yes, she may want to turn off the video. Rather than appear with a ghostly appearance. Yes, I know, crazy, isn't it? Yes, Jabba the Hutt's getting around even with the kitties, even though they don't have a fully developed ACE2 receptor, and all it does is just goes through them. They are not affected. So why immature immune systems should be left alone to develop properly? It's annoying. They could give them some raw milk if they want to boost their immunity. Oh, we can't do that. Yeah, one can only hope, because it won't be fixed. It'll be all night long. No. Behave yourself, trouble. Roy will be in later, in the morning shift. It's usually me, but Roy will be in the late shift, so he'll turn up. And what's Loki got for me? Oops. Oh, a video. I'll have to make sure that I'm got the audio turned on when I do this. Oops. What's that character saying? Like, I want sugar. Stuff like poo and sugar. Yes. They do go hand in hand. It's a lethal combination. Yes, luckily. Yet. Yes, the word is yet. Oh, yeah, it does. Because it basically you're actually, your circadian rhythms are basically being synchronized much better. So when you do go to bed at night, but also you've sort of reduced all your blue light exposure as well. But sun does actually help because it modulates circadian rhythms. Yeah, look, there's so much benefit being outdoors like we used to in the past. I have to work in an office, just But I still do what I do, Lukey. I'll tell you one thing, Lukey, that I do. I go out a couple of times in the daytime just to basically my body, my skin to interact with the sun, with light, to basically, you know, tell my body exactly what time of the day it is and all that. So I still do that sort of stuff. I think it's important to do that sort of. It's beyond freedom. It's basically a crime against humanity, because basically we had polio and we had all sorts of other things. We never mandated anything. You know, mandates were like, like there were a period of time in the past when we mandated sterilization of people. That was considered criminal and made illegal. In Germany, there were mandates to basically kill off certain people who were disabled or of another racial group. That also was considered criminal. These are criminal acts against, beyond the freedoms of people, their human dignity, their human rights, their human integrity. It's completely unacceptable. These people, I've got zero respect for politicians nowadays. If I hear them talking about China and human rights in China or whatever, I'm going to turn around and tell them to fuck off, and tell them you fix up your human rights in your country before you start talking about other countries, because you've made a grand old mess, and you've turned Australia or America or whatever in just like those countries you're criticizing. So where the fuck do you get off? Would be my opinion, my personal opinion to them. I probably got demonetized there by saying the F word, but I'll add to it. Yes, I've been pushing llama meat and milk questions regarding deuterium connection on the Zoom too, but nobody was ready. Everybody was talking and all about 3-chambered stomachs. Oh, well, other animals we find much more appealing. Is that what you're saying? We're being llama discriminators? Oh, you mean we're being cow fascists? Ah, yes. Moo. I thought that would annoy you. Your sensibilities. You could do those, like, the sort of spits that camels do. Oops. Alpacas. Like, they're sort of, are they related? I don't even know. Can't remember now. Anyway. D-Box, you're bloody late. Where have you been? She got 10,000 IUs of injectable 25-OHD, which is the storage form. So it's not the stuff you get in supplements. This is the actual storage form. There is Dom had on one of my video streams. I should do a video on it, just a short video just showing you exactly. But he had a link to some company that produced a tablet, which was basically identical to the storage form. So I can't remember it now. I'd have to look it up. If I find it, I'll put it against this live stream. But yeah. But the other way is to go to a pharmacy and get injectable types and store it in your fridge. And so if you need it, you use it. Sounds good. It's a bit on the wet side down here. Went for our walk. It was sunny in the early part, and then when we got to Salamanca, it just started coming down. Started getting a bit on the wet side. While I was trying to eat my damn sausage. How inappropriate. And then we ducked into one of the actual stores that was covered. Guy that sells, Hello Kitty knows him, the guy that we always pick on, who sells the peanut butter. He told us to F off after we made some crude remarks. Anyway. There's a bit of banter. A lot of these people, we go down there, have a bit of a banter with them because Sean works out of there, and we know them quite well. The amount of gossip, bloody hell, it happens down there amongst the storeholders is incredible. So nothing wrong with stirring the pot a bit with those characters. Yes, definitely. Denial is a new religion. Yes, he is. Stupid. Alcoholic fatty liver. The problem is the person isn't getting enough choline that exports fat out of the liver. They're not eating enough eggs, liver, or other animal foods. Yes. And eating too much honey. Yeah, he's a ass hat, to put it mildly. Yeah, basically that says everything. When that's actually been scientifically proven experimentally. And he's not even eating foods that would actually help in that regard anyway. So, yeah. And I'm floating through quickly because I got to sign off, my dear. Got to sign off. So we'll float through these and see if there's anything like earth-shattering. Oh, that's a rarity. Our doctor actually talks to you, Shell. That's like a manna from heaven. Brainwashed. The older ones are a bit better. Definitely not. Are you disputing him? Yes. I'd send him something different. I'd send one of those people something different. Anyway, can't use those words. Yes, she's had a few bad experiences. My doctor won't take, because he's an older doctor. He won't take any new clients. But yes, her recent experience was what an ass hat, basically, of a doctor. What is yours? Look, I'm not completely against it, but I'm not completely for it. I'm on the fence about it in terms of it can actually have some benefits with some people, but it's like a lot of things, a lot of these supplements could be an issue in terms of deranging certain pathways in high doses. Small doses, don't have a problem, but you probably will get it from the food if you're eating species appropriate, those sort of things that you need. Yeah, I'm a bit reluctant to recommend those sort of things. I'm on the fence. There are certain circumstances where some of those supplements could help some people. I've actually found with neurological stuff in particular that just sticking to choline and phosphatidylserine and some of the phospholipids get actually better results. So I've had people just consume a lot of egg yolks and stuff like that and get better results. So yeah, I'm not saying that they won't have a benefit for some people, but is it necessary to expend the money? But I'm not completely against that. That's NAC either. So as I said, I'm on the fence with a couple of supplements and all that at this point in time. I see more supplements as an intervention, just bring it in for a certain amount of time as an intervention rather than something that you live off. And then with some people, like, leucine and taurine to be used for older people in nursing homes that maybe not be getting optimal nutrition. So you got a father or mother and they're in a nursing home, they're not going to get good nutrition. Then you give them taurine, choline, and something like, maybe even adding to that a protein supplement. Not that I would recommend it for normal people, but if you're in that sort of environment, you're going to have limited access to protein. So, adding leucine is going to sort of force more, of that stuff to build tissue with it. So that's the sort of stuff where I would use it more long term. But yeah, it depends on the circumstances. Generally, for carnivores eating a highly carnivorous diet of a lot of animal products and all that, you shouldn't require any of these supplements, truly. That's the reality. I mean, I just do certain aminos, and I do choline because I can't synthesize it endogenously. I can't convert methionine into choline. I just can't do it. So it's one of those things, a genetic thing. But it's only a small proportion of the population that has that problem. The majority, 95%, don't. You can synthesize. You don't even have to consume any animal organ meats whatsoever in terms to getting things like folate, or, you will convert methionine to choline and choline to folate. Done. All you need to do is just eat more methionine, more steaks, more, But there is a proportion of the population that does have some of these methylation issues, does have some of these conversion issues. Those people do better when they add some organ meats and stuff like that. So, and eggs and stuff like that. Now, I usually recommend a more diverse, because you don't know what your genetics are until you've checked, and also as a sort of a safety thing. And also, you're getting a sort of more rich and varied nutrient profile, which is also probably a good thing as well, because our ancestors would have done the same. They wouldn't have eaten just one animal all year, all their life. They would have varied throughout the year, getting a very mixed profile. And all animal foods do have a slightly different profile. So it's not a bad idea to do that. Yeah. Duzu, probably one of the cheesiest. Mami, okay. Send me some over. Just kidding. I know it's pretty hard to do that. Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare. It's becoming in this country, New Zealand, and a few other countries. especially the English-speaking countries and the Nordic countries. Europe and the English-speaking countries have lost the plot. Let's put it that way. I mean the EU, to be more precise. Yes, very much. Rick completely and utterly lost the plot. Sure, if you ate some delicious unpasteurized cheese and then drank some pasteurized milk at the same time, would the cheesy enzymes help the milk absorption? Probably. Some of those enzymes would help. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Food combinations do have a very good effect in that regards. Yes. Yeah. It would vary on the composition and the effect and your genes, what your tolerances are to certain things in dairy. So, but theoretically, yep, makes sense. Ah, yes. You don't get out of the empire without a stamp from His Highness Jabba the Hutt. He's the gatekeeper. Yeah, you should. Good stuff, actually. Yeah, I know. It's disheartening what's happening in Australia for all of us. I've taken through December this period some leave and into January just to keep away from all the nonsense. I've had it up to here. Just want to stay away for a bit, away from all that shit. Just do my own. Yeah, the work environment is becoming very hostile in that regard. I'm just keeping under the radar just barely. But I don't know for how long I'm going to be able to do that. So, yeah. Not bloody happy at all. Look, the enzymes are there. You can tolerate raw milk better than you can actually tolerate pasteurized milk. That's a definite thing. But how much depends on how severe your lactose intolerance is. So hard to say. There are some bacterial strains, especially the lactobacillus type strains. They tend to break down lactose. The problem is most people, because of antibiotics and glyphosate, have very low colonies of those. So, so is it genetic, or is it basically your gut microbiome isn't populated with enough lactobacillus type bacteria to deal with the lactose? That could be the other issue that some people have without knowing, thinking that they're lactose intolerant, and then they basically restore those beneficial bacteria and their so-called lactose intolerance goes away completely. So you'd have to test to see what your gut microbiome state of affairs is with the lactobacillus type bacteria. If it's really low or nearly non-existent, it probably is the bacterial stuff. If it's genetics, then you would have to, but even genetics, if you've basically got certain gut bacteria, and so you can actually tolerate it much better in that regard. So, because remember, even though you may not be born with the genes, you can still tolerate your mother's milk, and you can still tolerate other milk in the early stages. It's because you've got a lot of these gut bacterial strains that can help. And then we slowly over time with glyphosate, when we're eating real food, which is grain-based shit, and basically a lot of antibiotics, we tend to decimate. They're very Lactobacillus is very vulnerable to anything that is like an antibiotic effect. It's just the way they are. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for us as a human species that an important bacteria, family of bacterias, are so vulnerable to being decimated by these substances in our current food supply. But yeah, yeah, pretty much. It is a bloody hassle. Okay. Yep. I remember reading something like that on the Western A Price site ages ago, but they didn't really explain. I think it's yeah, it is very much those. There are bacterial strains. I haven't done the video because I was trying to search to find ones that would actually colonize, and currently you can only take ones but they don't colonize very well. So yeah, that's still a work in progress. Let's put it that way. Got my Hook Rider. Good to see you, mate. Got my blood checked, and the first time the doctor wanted to see a cardiologist and take statins, total cholesterol. HDL 1.7. Sorry, IDL 14.8. Non-trigs. No, not really. Not really at all. Look, the thing is, everybody's different. I tend to basically have like an average to lower. It's just genetics. And even I'm eating shitloads of saturated fats, meats, and all stuff. Some people are hyper responders. It's genetic. Some people, their ApoE is very different, and they actually have different sort of. They will uptake like people that are four fours, 4 3s, and 4 2s tend to be very much hyper responders. And some of them are extremely hyper responding, and it's just the way their genetics are. So I wouldn't worry about it at all. As long as these stuff isn't damaged, it's only when LDL is damaged, either glycated by too much sugar, or you've taken in PUFA from seed oils and you've actually oxidized and damaged the, you know, those structures or your cells. That's when you only have to worry about. So these things tell you nothing whatsoever. Exactly. I'd suspect so. There's actually the doctors actually have a lower life expectancy. And that's well recorded, lower life expectancy than the rest of us. And it's simple. They take too many of their own drugs, and they've got much more stressful lives, and they eat poorer diets as well. And they dish out very poor advice, and it's the reason why they die much younger. And they tend to be, because of their poor diet. I don't know. Look, I don't know whether it's their lifestyle, poor diet, or their job, or a combination potentially, but they have a higher suicide rate as well. So, no thanks. Why aren't there more RCTs? Because basically it's food companies and pharmaceutical companies that do most of the research, and governments do the rest, and it's limited. And there are some studies in some countries that actually get done, but they're limited, which is unfortunate, or not done long enough to be able to really inform us in any big way. But we don't really need, for us who cares? This is unimportant. The N15 data is the most important, the archaeological evidence. Collagen in bones and when you look at back, like you go way, way back and you look at basically populations like the Australopithecus and stuff like that, the early hominins, pre-Homo erectus, their bones, obviously you can't look at the collagen because they're mineralized, their bones, but you can actually look at the actual carbon. And the carbon tends to be very high in carbon 13. Carbon 13 comes from grass. Now, not even the chimps or other apes eat grass. They eat, like leaves and things like that. Only herbivores eat grass. So, because the other carbon content that you would find in certain plants is very low. So it's quite clear that since there's no high C12, if there was high C12, you could say, okay, they eat both grass and leaves. They eat just plants all the time. But since one's very low, the carbon, 12, but the other one is really high, the 13, it means that basically what they're doing is they're eating herbivores. So even before, this is before, the Homo erectus, or the genus Homo, which is the lineage that we come from Homo erectus onwards. Before that genus, the early hominins that basically evolved into Homo erectus, and then from there on to the other hominins of the latter period of the genus Homo. Basically, looking at that research shows quite clearly, that they were already starting to become very highly carnivorous. So it's, it explains how you go from Lucy, which is much shorter and smaller, to Homo erectus. That animal needs to be eating shitloads of meat to basically then genetically force that animal to become Homo erectus. And Homo erectus was very large, very big, actually taller and larger than the average human nowadays. But it explains why that happened is because, we're talking about people that are living in a very, in a cold glacial period when there's only four-legged things roaming around and that's all you can eat. And also they are much fatter because they've got more fat stores because of the cold. And so you're bigger, robust and all that to be able to survive in that environment. And you eat shitloads of meat and stuff like that. And that's why from Homo erectus onwards, there was rapid brain size. But prior to that, and we don't have, because there's no collagen of Lucy and all these other ones, we can only go on the sea. And because a lot of, they go, oh, this is, they must have been herbivores. No, they weren't. This is what the plant-based people say. They're all herbivores because there was no N15 data we can use for those people. But if they were herbivores, when we look at herbivorous animals, we see both carbon types elevated. But with carnivores, even very old ancient carnivores, which we know are carnivores, other species like cat species that are extinct now, have extremely low C12, but very high C13, which is quite clear that they're eating other herbivores and concentrating the C13 from the grasses that they ate. They were, we don't eat grasses. Grasses are toxic to humans and other apes. You feed grass to a chimp, you'll kill it, or to a gorilla. They eat leaves. They don't eat grass. Okay. So, it's, again, misinformation, what the vegans are like, always misinforming in that regard. And so grasses are very toxic to us. You need 4 chambers. You need the capacity to detox like cows do and stuff like that. We don't have the same capacity. Yeah, so I don't need these sort of things. I can rely on the archaeological evidence going way back to tell me, and see the N15 data for more recent for our species, Homo sapiens sapien. It's a waste of time. I don't do blood tests anymore. I do not do them anymore. It's a waste of time. Even though I could basically come on here and go, oh, look at my blood levels. It's 3.2 millimoles, which is really low, So, but do you see me doing that? Just because I've got genetics that tend to not run very high levels. Why? Just to basically lie to people, just to basically show off or whatever? No, the reality is my genetics don't generate as high numbers. Other people have different genetics, they generate high. The question is, are those LDL glycated and damaged? Or are they nice and fluffy and normal and functioning and not creating any problems in the tissue? That's all we need to know. That's the most important. What are the inflammatory biomarkers in our body? What is the C-reactive protein, the interleukins, all this sort of stuff? What's really happening in our body? That's the important stuff. The rest is just a waste of money. It makes a lot of the medical establishment a lot of money, but it doesn't help elucidate anything for the rest of us. So anyway, do not take a statin. It is crap. Good. That's what I told my cardiologist the last time that I saw him, even though my results were much better. I've got no fibrosis in my heart anymore, 0 fibrosis. And this guy wants statins. I mean, tell me all your other clients that have had a heart condition that have got 0 fibrosis in their heart, and their hearts are back to normally functioning. You give them the statin, but I don't see your other clients basically having a healthier heart than mine. I can fucking jog up to the 10th floor if I want to in my building, right up to the top where the plant room is. I usually don't. I go all the way to the 9th and then come down the other way. But can his clients do that? No. He keeps on giving it. Probably statins probably have something to do with it, even though we can't state that. Me too, mate. Me too. Anybody with half a brain cell that looks into the anthropological data, the historical data, looks at our gut system with an appendix rather than a cecum, all the actual structures, the very low pH of the stomach, all these sort of things, and ignores the vestigial artifacts, things that didn't need to change because there was no need, because we don't need to jump on and leap onto an animal. We use spears, we kill, then we cut with stone tools and knives and nowadays and stuff like that, and we can actually deal with that food much easier. So it's just nonsense things that people talk about. Just crazy stuff. Anyway, we're about 4 hours now, guys. And so I am going to pull the actual plug. I'm just going to float right through. See what I can get right to the bottom quickly doing that. Thanks, guys, for turning up. I appreciate it as always. Look forward to seeing some of you lovely people later this in about 3.5 hours from now. So it's playing it tight. Yeah, I know. Don't even ask. Don't even ask. I'm not answering any more goat ones either, or Brazilian ones either. UAE Biff, how are you, mate? Good to see you. Oh yeah, it's early in the morning. That's right. It would be in the UAE. It would definitely be very early. But anyway, I'll probably see you later in the evening in about 3.5 hours. Um, go and get your walk out there in the sun as a be pretty cool now earlier in the day as well. So, Harut, how are you, mate? Oh, yeah, the gang here, the regulars are about. Sadly, I've heard that too. Mother scheduling C-sections. Yep. Yeah. It's exactly. I sort of, what do you say? If I said, try to, I would have come across like, oh, that old white male telling me, you can't win. You can't win. Yeah. You cannot win, which is, that's a different thing. If it's a medical emergency, that's different. You don't need to explain yourself, I'm zombie. But yeah, that's understandable. But even there, doctors could basically have got into your birth canal with like a sponge, picked up those beneficial bacteria and put it around the child, literally douse the child in those beneficial bacteria. That's what they could have done. And then use something like an acidifier, because around the actual skin, to kill off the pathogenic ones and make sure that the other ones dominate. So, because you can actually use, even if you were to use something like as simple, this is not complicated, like rubbing lemon juice all over the baby and literally knocking off the more pathogenic ones that way that don't like lemon. The citric acid they don't really like that environment, and providing a healthier environment on the skin acidity is really important in terms of beneficial bacteria, and then they would go into the child and dominate. So there's a lot of different ways they could do things, but they don't, either they're completely ill-informed, lazy, or who knows what. The other things, I don't think they're completely lazy, but I think they're just ill-informed. They've got no idea. They haven't looked into it properly. There are some doctors here and there that basically do understand this, and they find it like, other doctors, when they do tell them, basically just write it off, ignore it, think it's it's not that important. You guys are overstating. They basically are so indoctrinated in the way they view things and it's not their fault entirely. It's just the way they've been indoctrinated to view these things in a very poor light. Joe, good to see you here, mate. And Chris as well. Lamb chops, bacon, eggs on my plate right now. Sounds fucking good, Chris. I'll be doing an omelette, bacon omelette shortly. So and oops. And we did the other one. God, I didn't realize how behind I am. I'm really way, way behind, aren't I? Friggin' hell. All those spineless puppets are pretty much, very much so, very much. Forehead, good to see you, mate. Thank you. Always appreciated. You're welcome, Devox. Michael, good to see you here. Ironically, in relation to Paul Saladino, they recently discovered new species of bee in Costa Rica that eats meat and makes honey out of it. Don't tell Salad Boy whatever you do, Michael. He'll probably end up going down there to monopolize it. And the Vagoons will start buying it off him because they'll basically say, I'll eat some meat. So it eliminates. Yep. And I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. I'm getting there. I just like to put everybody's comments up, it's just, in that regard. And I hope to see more people at the Zoom session next week. So got my termination letter last week. Yeah. Not a good thing, mate. Not a good thing. It's becoming a very hostile environment out there for all of us. It's wrong. It's basically wrong. What's happening in the world today is just wrong. Yeah, and it's just getting just as bad on this side of the pond, so yeah. I mean, Hello Kitty's had her own altercations with her management, and I'm not very far away myself. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's disheartening. It's disheartening because you've got a large part of the population that just don't get it, and really of just sucking on the lolly, on the Jabba the Hutt lolly, like there's no tomorrow, and it's ridiculous. It's bloody ridiculous. Yeah, it's what can I say? Yeah, I don't think they give a shit. I don't think they give an absolute hoot. Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Yeah, it's a very hostile environment when it comes to these sort of things, and even some people have been asking them what's happening with Novavax, and they've been delaying it. Actually, my brother yesterday said they're probably delaying it because they've got a whole lot of back stock of all these other things, and people are waiting for Novavax, and they want to get that, and they want to then just leave Novavax, as a later thing for the boosters. So yeah, it's becoming very crazy in that regard. They're not even giving people other options. It's like nastiness on a grand scale. As I said, I'd rather get the actual thing, the real thing, and basically now that I know that I can survive it, I don't have a problem. And it would basically mean I'd have, potentially lifetime immunity, and that's what I really, really want. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. I will enjoy my upcoming meal. Thanks, guys, for being here. Appreciate it. Take care, and I will see you lovely people, some of you, in slightly over 3 hours from now, and the rest next week sometime. And yeah, hopefully we get a lot of people turning up to the Zoom session next Saturday. You're all welcomed, and I'm going to be promoting it this week, so people are aware that it's happening and what time and all that. I think people should consider turning up and chatting and finding out some of the information which we can't openly chat because, unfortunately, the censorship levels are just beyond a joke. And so, anyway, guys, take care, and I will see you guys later. Hit the like button. Don't forget to hit the like button before you go. See yous.